I won't say something inappropriate this time. Welcome everybody to session 1 of Storm King's Thunder. And what we're gonna have is a little bit of a mix of Icespire Peak. Thank you, Skylar, so much for putting everything on. We'll get around to like, I don't know if some folks are using sponsors like wisely, but we do have a lot of gifted stuff. You know what I mean? So a lot of things from RFI Prints today. And Acid House Terrain, if you see the lovely forest that we have out there. So we'd like to thank them for that. Who do we have here? I'm going to go around the room. We're going to have Aaron playing our Bard. We're going to have JD playing Mirren, a Paladin. We're going to have Lawrence playing Kodal, a Ranger. Correct? And then boop, down from, down. This is Pete playing Puent, a Cleric Dwarf. And then we're going to have Nick playing Heineken, a gnome, wild sorcerer gnome. And then let's see. Oh, and let's see. Do I have to? Is it Discord? Is this way?
Camera left.
Yeah, that's right.
Camera right.
This way. So we'll have Skylar playing Blandina. She came in. She's a wizard. She came in from Greyhawk, Dragonlance. Yeah, she warped in somehow. Things happened. And then we have Judgy James Stacks is going to be playing Dark. You're not a shadow card, Gith Yankee. Githzari?
Gifts or the second one.
Yeah, a Gith. Yeah. he's very gifted. So we got a largest party. We're overarching playing Storm King's Thunder. Pete is a DM for last week's campaign, session 1. We have 13 people, 6 going south, 7 going north, for a wide sandbox of Storm King's Thunder. Our 7 are gonna do their 1 through 5-ish level in Icespire Peak, the starter kit. So it's gonna be kind of fun. We took some liberties with it, so it's gonna be Phandaltron, not Phandalin. It's Phandalin in our realm. It has this is year 4, right? This is our second campaign with this group of people that we've met. Current status in the world, the armies of the world are marching towards Tiamat. So that's it's kind of we're layering these campaigns, but we'll get to that when I go into the big intro. Skylar, what do you got?
As far as Blandina, or
no, do we have any more Strongholdian stuff? Or do you want to just grip it and rip it?
just gonna say thanks to Sam at Splintered Tree. She's hooking us up with some stuff, and yeah, that's all I got from this end. Excited
okay, session 2 for Pete starts next Sunday.
Yeah.
Where we're just gonna womp and stomp his wimpy orcs.
Minion stomp.
Yeah, pizza cake. There should be no surprises. So let's jump into this. Let's play some Dungeons and Dragons, and away we go. So where are we right now? We are across the realm. You guys have heard of the heroes of the day are these like level 16 guys that are running around. They're called the Duchy of Skyreach or the Stronghold. These heroes that have been pushing back the dragon cultists for a while and foiling their plans. So next up, all the armies of Neverwinter are linking up in Waterdeep, and they're pushing south to Elturel to go into the Well of Dragons and face the summoning of Tiamat. So you guys all met the night prior at the Drunken Duck or whatever bar that was, where you were selected to go with Puent and meet him in the morning at the North Gate to head to somewhere. The streets of Waterdeep in the morning are quiet. It's like thermal crossover, so it's a bluish sky in the morning. You hear the seagulls screaming their face off as they're heading to eat offshore, but it's kind of quiet. Let's see, Quaddle, you wake up from your room, you get out various people are grabbing loaves of bread and just getting a quick snack before they're marching out to go. Their first tasking was to meet at the north gate. As you guys start arriving there, you start hearing the hustle and bustle of the merchants that were the early birds gathering at the gate, and as soldiers are walking out to do their morning things, the closer you get to the gate, the busier it gets. Like, there's a lot of traffic going in and out. The various guards that are there are just like kind of giving thumbs up, but they're really just checking to see if someone's walking through with like a heavy crossbow and getting real like active shootery or something like that. They're not, you know what I mean? They're really not. Their perception's kind of low. You guys kind of move forward and you see, collectively, a dwarf, and I believe you got chainmail on, correct? Yep. Chainmail cleric. You see, as you know, it's backwards, so it's west coast, as the sun's coming up over over the east, shining down on the western walls of Waterdeep, kind of giving that, the reddish hue of the morning. You see a large portcullis of the gate. You can see outside as you kind of crest up, and for miles, white circular tents are being taken down, and you see, scale mailed dwarves, starting to break camp, and the first companies of dwarves of the Mithril Hall are beginning to hit the road and move to the south at the vanguard of the armies of Waterdeep as they're starting to push to the south. Point, you're gathering up the guys, and it's like the streets of Cartagena. It's very packed, but the opposite flow is probably where you're going, and you just start moving north, and then just randomly a crowd's split left to right as you hear just various clamoring of small steel hooves hitting the cobblestone coming up from behind you. You see an individual in white dragon plate mail with a big red beard kind of walking up and holding the reins of a ram and talking and giving orders to various generals or whatnot. He looks through, he sees a drow off to his right and makes eye contact with him, gives him a nod, and looks at the rest of the party, sees a dwarf off to his left, and he kind of looks at you, points, and he looks at the party, and he's like, "You must be the crew going north. You should hold our northern flank while we do the work in the south. What you're doing is good. Respect. Part ways for them." And he kind of moves out into the crowd. Takes a couple. He's not really much of a cavalryman, but he takes a couple, and then another dwarf comes up, pushes him up onto the ram, and he pushes him off a little bit, and he nods, and he falls in with a entourage from the Mithril Hall and heads south. Must have been some general or something like that of significance, as other dwarves in plate kind of fall behind him, and you guys begin your trek to the north. Is there anybody that wanted to diddle-loop from the evening as you guys begin to press forward? I'll open up to the room, and then I'll continue driving.
The night prior, just so it's not wasting a spell slot, I would have cast Find Familiar and cast a hawk.
Okay. Everybody's got their 10 gold pieces. Everybody was issued out 10 days of rations from the stores. There was 10, there's 2 large crates inside the place, and they were guarded by the watch, and they issued out everybody 10 days of rations. Remember the rules. It's, what did we say, a gold piece a week is what we're going for? Yeah, 5 gold pieces a week. Okay, yep. If you don't have these rations, you have 10 days worth of rations. When you reach that, I forage remember, I'm in a town. I'm going to fit as many rations as I can. These are your things that we'll expect you guys to have in your train of thought.
In addition to the 10 we start with?
If you had 10 already, you've got 20, add it to your rations. If that was a part of your initial kit, you're good to go. Some folks in a party will not think of stuff like that. You know what I mean? And then you can be like, well, here you go for a copper, or I like your gloves, we can barter. So to kick this off a little bit, as you guys are moving forward, you see various L shapes of a company of dwarves moving forward, and in the distance you see more lining up like a parade. As you guys break onto the road and head to the north, called the High Road, built by Lord Neverember. He had been recently stepped down as the unmasked Lord of Waterdeep. It is currently Lady Lariel, if anybody gives a shit. Lore, sorry. That was a lore digression. Lord Neverember used to be the head of the Lord's Alliance, all the major towns on the Sword Coast. He built this high road. He had been working on it for a while to try to open up trade between Neverember, which is like the Neverwinter, which is a large city 200-300 miles to the north, one of the last bastions. If you guys watch Dungeons and Dragons, the movie, that's Neverwinter, except for the Hugh Grant is not in charge. But you guys press forward, and the road opens up. There are various horses that'll come through. You'll see a wagon come through, carrying crates and barrels and stuff like that. You get the perception that it's either marketed goods or bought goods catching up with the logistics train of a massive army that's forming in Waterdeep. You move forward. Every 45 minutes or so, you'll see 10 to 12 folks that are orderly trying to catch up to another group of, the army. You guys hold steady with your party of 7 as the sun comes up. You guys are moving at a brisk pace for about 8 hours or so as you see the city falling behind you, right? Like as the bustle of the city goes away, it becomes like packed farmland to sparse farmland to where you can now see the Sword Mountains moving east to west in front of you. The Sword Mountains will go all the way to the Sword Coast. And to kind of head to the point of the Sword Mountains on the high road. It's a very nice cobblestone road at this point. You guys move forward. You guys move forward for about 8 hours. You take a half-hour break where that another platoon or something like that is already set up. They're singing, there's a dude on a violin, and it seems very, very secure as you're moving in the flow of traffic as you're kind of moving forward. Various Lord's Alliance flags, big red flags with, I think it's got a sword and a circle or whatnot on it. So how we'll do this is I pick the order of everybody that showed up today, Blandina being the first one because we set up OBS and things like that earlier. You guys moved out through the day and the first evening falls. So Blandina, if you could, and we'll do this for each night, one person, just so you guys know. And then Dark, you'll be on deck for the next day. There's a group of dwarves around you guys. We'll say 6 to 10 dwarves. They're pounding ale and whatnot. I think it's a plural word. Ales. Ale. Yeah, many ale. So they're sitting around. They're in scale mail and balding, and some dudes have got very well braided beards and whatnot. And Blandina, you guys kind of don't necessarily have the urge to set up a secure camp at this point because it's pretty secure by the Mithril Hall folks that are kind of like stragglers trying to catch up, right? With a large, they may have had to. You hear them discussing, we had to close up our mine, we had to secure some things, we're trying to catch up with the rest of the group. So Blandina, for your first 8-hour long rest, Chippy, you comfy, buddy. Really put down a vibe. For one, he's doing the most right now. Yeah. Give me a physical image of Blandina, like, for example, Sir Timothy, he's wearing his helm and his plate. You know what I mean? Like, what is a physical, just a basic image, like a cowl with no eyes throughout the day? What is a good physical image? And then a personality characteristic that you kind of had, kept to myself, kept it in my book, or something like that. Go ahead.
So Blandina is never covered. She's never has a cowl over. She's just got, like, her blonde hair is just down to just below her shoulders, and so she's always showing her face, like bright, like striking blue eyes. But during a rest, as an elf, she's only going to take whatever her 5-6 hours of trance that she requires. Outside of that, she's basically just studying her spell book and preparing any spells for the next day, or collecting spell components that she may have used.
This is a very secure rest. This is we'll get into what you do during this is weird times.
Right.
But if anybody's in, you know what I mean, like always keyed up at all times, then go ahead and say that thing. Okay, so you kind of study and prepping spells.
Yeah, and if I don't have a familiar out, I would cast that.
What was the familiar, by the way?
Right now it's a hawk. Normally, if we're traveling, it'll be a hawk. Otherwise, it'll be a lizard.
Ooh, fun. Okay. You guys wake up in the morning at the same time that you hear dwarves, grumbling and farting and, burping and spitting into spittoons and stuff like that, and getting themselves ready for the morning. They strap on their armor if they didn't sleep in it anyways, and they bid you adieu. And you guys press on to the next morning, humping it as fast as you can. You're about clipping 30 miles a day. So you keep up this pace. You're going to need nice, long, secure rest, or you're probably going to have some exhaustion. So the next day goes through. Once again, it's some stragglers all day of dwarves in plate mail or whatnot, and scale mail. It's the same thing. They're singing dwarven songs about ale and mines and gems and things like that, and they're passing you by. You make it to the next evening where you guys are walking, and Puent sees another group of dwarves ahead of you. You realize it's almost sundown. We've got a clip of, you took a short rest after 8 hours, 8 to 10 hours of walking, and then carried on until dusk, and then sat down again. So dark. If I could just get, as you're walking through the day, what's a very single characteristic? You don't have to describe your whole thing, like something that you think of for your character, like wearing the cloak, the sword, you know what I mean, over the just something like that, in a personality characteristic, like I'm stoic, I don't blah blah blah, something like that.
Okay. Dark is pretty quiet. He doesn't say too much. One of the things that probably is unique about him is he's a Githzerai that's somehow managed to grow out a beard.
Oh, cool.
But other than that, he has long hair and just keeps to himself.
Okay. So you take oh, nice. That was those dwarves. That was the dwarves playing. Yeah, these dwarves are like Dropkick Murphy style.
That is.
Yeah. Anything during, like, so this is a long rest, but this will be your short rest characteristics. Something that you would do because you're secure. You feel your passive perception or whatever is that you've got enough mass that if a couple goblins show up, they would be fools. And even if they did, it wouldn't be much work to deal with them. So what is kind of a short rest characteristic that you would guarantee do before you go to sleep?
So he definitely uses his whetstone to sharpen his weapons and clean them and go over to make sure that they're not like damaged.
Nice.
He also has a prosthetic right arm that he'll, during long rests, take off and clean and then reattach for the next day.
That's weird.
That's a cool trait that I forgot to mention. I looked at his video, I was like, oh yeah.
Well, it was pretty fast and furious during a 13-person session. So, yeah, it was. You'll notice as you guys were in the crowd, it was pretty overwhelming. As you get to know each other, you guys do notice, like, oh, dude's got a prosthetic arm. Okay. And he carries himself like, you know what I mean? Nothing. That's pretty awesome. You wake up in the morning, and you start moving, and you start to get into, looks like newer road, and freshly cut trees through a swamp. It's like an elevated path of reinforced wood that seems to, like, every mile or so is like long planks of wood that you can tell get used to repair as you start going into a very dense swamp. If anybody's familiar with this area, there's signs that go by like, the Mayor of Dead Men, stay on the path. The Mayor of Dead Men, stay on the path. Like, the Mayor of Dead Men, you know what I mean? Asterisks, it's written in blood. The dead part is there for a reason. As you're doing this, you notice that there are like the wood elves, right? That are coming out of the woods in formation, moving south, and you recognize some of you as Eldritch Knights. They're coming from what you guys might have heard. There was a battle maybe 10 days ago in the Mayor of Dead Men with the Duchy of Skyreach, and the Eldritch Knights kind of helped that out. And you see them, you know, L-shaping to the south in various times. The very long, thin lines of, you know, plated up high elves looking very martial, very strict. They don't really have a lot to say to you, and just kind of, you know, move to the south in haste, like bows over their backs, and kind of go by you. It gets darker and darker throughout the evening as like I guess it's not Spanish moss, but so we'll call it the Cormyran moss, like on the trees, various like weird croaking sounds of a splash. Off to your right, you see an alligator's tail kind of go by you, and you're like, oh, I'm really happy I'm on this nice, you know what I mean? Like, think of like a boardwalk. You know, if you went down a Nisqually path or whatever, kind of one of those boardwalky things. So you're kind of trucking along there. It's pretty wide. Wide enough where, you know, two wagons can go by each other. You'll move along, and ever so often there'll be a breakout where it's moved off to the right, where there's a nice deck where someone put in a brazier, where you can camp over the evening in relative security. You stay there for a couple, you know, short rest, then you truck for your 30 miles for the day. And, you know, day 3 comes to a close where you're beginning to realize it gets dark. And Flynn, same thing, something very physical, that like the first thing you think of your character, and give me something that that's kind of a personality trait that you guys are talking a little bit more by day 3, but a personality trait and your basic short rest must-haves.
So Flynn, stocky build, he is a little bit older, so you kind of see graying around his temples, and as the time is gone, you can see like clearly like he's allowing his facial hair to grow, so we got some gray spots within that, just essentially showing his age. Every night you do see him sitting down, working on his lute, trying to figure things out, all the things they learned in Bard College, trying to figure out how to play the damn thing.
Got it.
And get better at it, and then doing essentially the priorities work. So he always makes sure to take care of his equipment and everything else like that. And from there, working on his lute, and then kind of going through some type of exercises because he realizes he's kind of a little bit out of shape.
Yeah.
He's a little bit slower than the rest. So he's trying to just work on his agility a little bit more. The best way to describe it would be he's kind of like forming a like type of kata,
Okay.
in a way, every night, just to kind of loosen up and get a little bit more dexterous. From there, if anytime he engaged with like the dwarves or anybody else that they pass, they kind of made party with, he kind of stirs and like tries to learn stuff from them.
Yep.
Listen to their songs, and then learn their songs
Okay.
that they really enjoy as well.
Okay.
So, and then what you guys will typically see is him coming back to main camp, humming
Okay.
songs and just learning people through music.
All right. Do if you want to do a check, let me see if you got one down.
All right.
Yeah. Do a what do you want to do? What is that? What is that? Is it a
Performance.
Oh yeah, performance checks. Yeah, it's like a reverse performance. That's fine. So you picked up a song, like one of the songs that they're singing, and it,
23.
okay, it's a song about gathering from Felbar to meet Fosgundren, to fight by Fosgundren. But that you hear that one all the time, like they're humming this song to rally with this new leader that they've got, and yep, it'd end. There's various Brunor Battlehammer and things like that. It's kind of like all the heroes, past heroes and stuff like that, and drinking and shit. Okay, so you get through the night, like very weird animal sounds through the evening. You guys are not feeling this. The fourth morning wakes up. The dwarves are kind of gone. The last of them have gone through. Like a couple older ones are coming through, but they've 6 guys around them. They're trying to Grandpa wants one last fight, and they're bringing their stragglers through. A lot of the baggage train and heavier things start going by through the evening on lanterns and stuff. And when you wake up in the morning, it's predominantly the rear guard of the Eldritch Knights of what are they? The Eldritch Knights for the Misty Forest. So anyways, they're elves from the Misty Forest collecting out of Castle Neritar. It becomes kind of quiet, and you guys just pick up your tempo, and you make it to the edge of the Mare of Dead Men by the evening. And I think there's a town called Thornhold there. It's got a couple like a tavern or whatnot, and you're able to, for $3, kind of all the rooms are pretty much taken up anyways from soldiers, but you're allowed to just kind of sleep on the streets. There's various music playing. You couldn't go in there and get something to drink if you wanted to. All the stores are kind of pulled out. But Quent, that evening, as you get there, you had a short rest, but you kept up a good clip, and you moved another 30 miles to the end of your 4th day. At the end of the Mare of Dead Men, in a little bit of a town, but you got kind of in the outskirts. Someone gives you an abandoned cattle pen and lets you guys kind of sleep where it's fenced off, but you can kind of go in there. So what's a physical characteristic, a personality trait, and something you would do during a short rest where you've got a lot of security? But this is a long rest. Diddly, just stay with me.
Quent, being one of the slower members of the party, just doesn't seem to give in. He is constantly trudging on, doesn't even complain about it at all. One thing you guys did notice, though, when the dwarfs are around, Quent was a lot quieter than when he was when the dwarfs aren't around.
But you're a lot quieter without the dwarves.
A lot quieter when the other dwarfs are around.
Question. How was his reaction to the dwarf that had to get up on the goat before we left?
How was your reaction?
I didn't really say much. I just nodded and I didn't really talk a huge amount with him, but which is very unusual for me because usually you can't shut Quent up.
But so you're quiet around dwarves?
Yes.
That's what you're saying. Okay. Interesting. I need to know that one. The DM wants to know. Roll through the okay.
However, the rest of the time he's constantly making sure people are motivated, moving. He's constantly sort of giving blessings to Moderin and sort of talking to Dark now and then about his metallurgy sort of prowess and stuff. It's quite fascinating that somebody of a different race, he hasn't actually met anyone from a different race that works metal, because I've generally been around dwarves a lot of my life. What I do on short rests, I always take my armor off dutifully and actually put it in and oil it down and sort of bless it with Moderin, and I make sure all my armors and weapons are suited. I select every day one of my items to get the blessing of the forge and to protect it. Currently, I generally make that my which one have I done? Just make sure it's the same one. It's my chainmail. So currently it's my chainmail, but I can choose, I give my blessing of the forge to my armor as a long rest. And short rest, I basically I do sort of good sort of 10-minute sort of Moderin sort of guidance and make sure I'm doing the right thing. And unlike a lot of, and I actually sit there for the rest of the time and sort of meditate and make sure I'm a bit at ease with myself, because there may be a little bit of internal conflict going on.
Okay. Very nice.
If we were given a cattle pen, Blandina would have nothing to do with this. Blandina would go attempt to buy herself a room. Okay. Force a room to be purchased.
She would get very strong vibes from Sergeant-at-Arms and things like that, that if this building is occupied and it's a barracks, but then, you know what I mean? Like, but then some gentleman, you know what I mean, would instantly let you in there. I don't want to digress this,
nope,
but it would be more or less flirt with, you know what I mean? Like, it would go south fast. Because these aren't exactly the paladins, like moving south and in Old Thorn.
It would not be in a forceful way. Like, I'm a noble. I do not need to be staying in a cattle pen. I would.
Yeah. I'm a noble. Get out of my way. Yeah. Got you. There were various circumstances of that. Blandina starts to, at day 4, get the vibe that, like, you know, it's not taken too kindly as the armies are moving south. Maybe different times, but somebody will generously be like, "You can have my bed."
Thank you.
Eventually, you wake up the next morning and Kodal, you're on deck. You're leaving the Mare of Dead Men, and in the distance you see dust, like a dust cloud. Moving forward, and the dust cloud breaks and it's just glimmering brightness in the afternoon, the high, like, afternoon sun, as you see a large, like, phalanx trudging towards you of pikemen. They've got helms. They don't necessarily have, like, one breastplate and a large pike with maybe some leg pauldrons, something like shin guard types things, and they trudge by you. In front of them is a large, dark-skinned man in full plate mail. He's got a patch over one eye and is, you know, walking by. And as you guys move forward, another horse comes up, and they kind of look to you guys and say, "Hey, you know, can you get off the side of the road? You know, pikemen can't really, like, break up," but they give you the, "Hey, like, clear it." You guys are able to move in the tall grass as, like, Kodal, this older man kind of looks at you, bluish armor with gold trim. He's got a great sword off to his side, like I said, an eye patch with, like, a scar, graying hair, kind of looks at you just for a little bit and kind of presses by, and the phalanx trudges by for like 2 or 3 minutes. It must have been 300-400 pikemen moving south. There's various banners mixed with the Lord's Alliance that appear that this is the first troops from Neverwinter that you're running through. Behind them, wooden wheels crank for their meals. Their meal wagons come in behind them medical wagons, things like that are a part of probably like a lead company or something like that. There are a few people are on horses and whatnot, but it's basically someone running up to whoever that individual was, like very large dude, a very large charger. He gets like a tube, opens it up and kind of reads it and passes it off and moves by. Throughout the day, maybe 2 or 3 hours before your short rest, another large group of about 400 come through you again with like large pikes and kind of walk by you. Coital, the sun sets in like a distant rolling hills that lead up to, you can see like the top now of the Sword Mountains. Like if you, like when you're underneath Rainier, like you're close to it, like you're cranking your head up at this is Sword Mountains, right? Yeah, Sword Mountains move left to right from beyond how far you can see, and you know that you're coming to the point of the Sword Mountains where you break off to what's called like the north. That's where Phandalin and a town called Leylon that you guys have been talking about. Point has mentioned that's your right-hand turn down the Tribor Road. The evening comes to a close. You guys settle down. What's a visual characteristic and a personality trait? Just something quick. Okay. And what you would do as a minimum during a rest.
So are these sword dot mountain?
Sword dot mountain.
Yeah. So my biggest physical trait is something that I always have with me. It is a wolf skin, complete with head that is always draped over me. So the top of the head is on top of my head. Dark gray, wolf pelt. Personality trait. I'm very curious, especially about nature. So I'm walking along this boardwalk, and I hear different animal sounds, so I try and see how I can mimic that or repeat that.
Okay.
Also, if there's new types of, I guess plants and stuff like that, I'm curious as to if they can do anything to help me out.
Okay.
But specifically for camouflage.
Cool.
So before I do take a short rest or a long rest, I'm picking out things that I can camouflage myself with.
Okay. Roll a nature check. This is your first roll. And this is you picking up like animal sounds over the past like 3 days.
That's not good.
Okay.
A 2.
A 2? Yeah, you were really trying to figure out this like.
You just keep hearing people trying to play music.
Yeah, there was an owl out there, but it just you're not getting it. You're just like, whoo, 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 you know what I mean? And everybody's like, dude, my kid can do that owl. But do a survival check, because in the evening you're gathering.
20.
Okay.
Right, no, that is an 18.
Okay. You're able to figure out, if you were in a swamp again, what, like that what I call it, Cormorant moss, the Spanish moss. All right, this is favorite in Spanish moss. You were able to by putting that on, you're able to blend in. And if you were ever in a swampy environment or whatever, and you take the time to do that stuff, I'll give you advantage on a stealth check for that one. So you spent 3 days kind of knocking that out, and if you're in an environment in the swamp, I'll hook you up on that one.
Okay. Also have grayish green skin. I'm a half orc ranger.
Okay.
So
cool. The day passes. You wake up. You transition from trying to learn how to work in the swamp. You think you got that down pretty good. And Heineken, you're on deck. Oh, as he just walks off. Classic. Yeah. So you guys move. You see the Sword Coast, like the tips of the mountain, and it's going from like rolling hills. But as you get closer to the ocean, you hear like waterfalls and like great scapes of like rocky mountain, like jet 1,000 feet up in some cases, as it just precipices against the water. So there's like this weird, this is Sparta, kind of the hot gates area, and you kind of work your way through it. You go around and you break into another grassy plain of the north. it feels like the wind is a little bit more chill here, regardless of it being the summer. It felt like the temperature dropped maybe 10 degrees as you, in your minds, this is where people are like, oh, you're a northerner, if there's slang for that, or oh, you're a southerner, you know what I mean? Waterdeep's like the Chicago or the New York of Faerun. Now you're, you know what I mean, like in a different, in the Midwest, as it were. I don't know, I use that cliche, but anyway, so you move through this area. Nick, are you back there? Because I can skip you if you're off. Blink twice if you're okay. Oh yeah, he went and grabbed a bandana. Nice. So you move into the north a bit. It's day, what did I say? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's the end of day, what is this, 5? Day 6. 1, 2, 3. Oh, that's right. There was 7 of you. That's right. So this is day 6. You're going to you go to sleep. We're gonna call this day 5, anyways. Sorry. Point. I'm gonna do what you just did. Or you said that you would do. You just make up time. I'm gonna do that. I'm calling a Pete rule. Anyways, you go to sleep. What is a physical characteristic? A personality trait, and something you must do in a secure environment, or for like a short rest.
So Heineken's a classic gnome with the same kind of classic gnome traits. Very curious. He's about 100 years old. He's in touch with nature, and he speaks to small animals. But whenever he stops, he's going to, chat up the local creatures, if you will, kind of get a lay of the land and get an idea of what's going on and see if there's anything going on around that might require attention.
Okay. Throughout the evening, as you're kind of looking around, you're seeing the formations go from like tight, pikemen to like spearmen. Just basic men of arms and stuff like that start kind of traveling through, and you wake up in the morning to plate-mailed soldiers chomping through. Like, they woke up earlier than you guys. They're wearing white like surcoats, or what is a turducken,
A tunic.
whatever. There's the word. What is the word? It's not a surcoat. It's a tabard. With plate, with silver like plate, and they have like, it looks like scales, like balance scales, but they're made from bone. And like 100 of them kind of walk by, like march by, and then a few of them on horse go by, and you see a plated up guy like going by you all, and he's got a shield with this symbol on it, and he's got like a great helm kind of flipped up with his sword. He's got brownish hair, kind of looks down at you guys and begins to kind of move by. That group of about 120 would appear to be like nothing but paladins from Neverwinter. Like, there must have been like some sort of order that was there and kind of trudged by you. This is Mirren's day, by the way. Which in this you're Mirren again? Okay, tight. Cool. That makes it easy. I'm always Sir Timothy. It makes it easy for everybody. I'm doing a mutant crawl with someone next week, and they're like, "What kind of character would you like?" I was like, "Well, in this post-apocalyptic, I would like to be a full player. I would like to have the ability to lay on hands." Yeah. So we'll get to the thing throughout the day. So you guys start moving. The road goes from like cobblestone to well-kempt, pea gravel to dirt road, but it kind of changes as you've left where taxes are a little bit higher, where the tax order is a little bit higher, as you're moving to the north. Various groups of sporadic 3 or 4 spearmen will come by, and then Quotal, as you're paying attention to nature, you can like look up and you see like a black spot, and it's getting bigger and bigger and bigger, and then whoosh, an adult dragon just like flies over top of you and screams to the south. You could tell that it was taking a look at you like it was taking a no-kidding Spitfire dive on you, and then just like, it was like, friendlies, and kind of flew by. You got it glinted almost like goldish brown with streaks of red underneath, like in its hot spots. Very, very copper in color.
Tim, those colours just describe my underwear.
Yes.
It's underwear. It's underwear.
Yeah.
If a dragon was dive bombing us, Quent's underwear was just like that. I was like, what?
13 people into 6. Yeah. TPKM on day 1. Time check. Perfect. Okay, so you guys are cruising along, and it becomes Mirren, as you're walking with the group. Chatting is kind of happening. You definitely know first names, but there's not a distraction from a group of wives and husbands that are catching up to, their company or something like that, or a merchant that comes by and wants to sell you something, but it becomes like eerily quiet all of a sudden. Like once that group passed, something just kind of chills over you that like, okay, that must, you know what I mean? Like, I think you look in the distance, you're not seeing that puff of smoke. And where you're at in this area, it's like tall grass forever, right? You hear the ocean, you're right up against the ocean, so you hear just the whoosh and like the endless, like blue sea off to your left. And it's pretty inspiring. It's got good vibes, good sound, and you see to your right, like the waving of tall grass almost forever as the Sword Mountains drift behind you. You're moving for a little bit while, up to a short rest. You unpack there, it's now quieter and quieter, right? Like every once in a while, 2 or 3 dudes are kind of limping to catch up with the army. Like they're stubborn and they're trying to catch up. So various crews like that. You'll see a wagon of a walking wounded person that's got a sprained ankle, but they're still gonna bring them along. You get up from your quick short rests that you guys have. You do the same things, and you kind of, since this is a short rest and it's not very secure, what do you want to do?
Okay, so being that he's fairly new to the above ground areas,
Yeah.
from the Underdark, he hasn't seen any other drow, but his appearance is obviously very drowish. He has a striking white hair and purplish skin, which looking around like, not a lot like that.
Yeah.
But he attempts to talk to people because he expects danger around every corner.
Yep.
So as he's talking to people, as they look into his eyes, they see that he's faced unimaginable horror, and that is no stranger to darkness. But he tries to keep that inside with tries to keep it light. He's like, what's happening?
Yeah.
But only to try and see what their intent is and if they are in danger.
You were raised by spiders. It's kind of weird.
What about you? Trying to gain what their intent are, what if he needs to work out for them as
Okay.
an individual. But beyond that, he's taking care of his chainmail. I'm trying to get him as tightly knit as possible so that he doesn't get stabbed or shot. And then just talk to people and gain the air of what's happening.
Okay.
As we're getting away from the constant armies that now are quite really on our own, he is cleaning his chainmail on.
Okay.
Because we're now entering into lesser known territory.
You're all getting that vibe right now that it's very quiet. You'll see where there'd be a small town that was trying to grow is now vacant. Doors opening, left open, maybe even ransacked. Like as you move, you'll see a farm that was kind of close to the road. The door is broken, right? And then you're moving into the evening of day 6 now, right? We'll say an hour or so after that short rest, in the distance, you see a cloud of dust moving at you, and it's moving fast. As the sun is cresting towards where it sets in the west over the ocean, you are seeing what look like tall lances on horses as they're just flying towards you. To the front of you, you see, white and maroon colored, like armor, and you see shields with like a half-crested sun and a horse. In the front of them is a captain in plate mail with long black hair, darkish skin, kind of rear up a horse and look down at you, and she just kind of looks at Coatl, who maybe up front looking at thing, and she's just kind of appears you're going in the wrong direction. Where are you guys headed? Everybody's headed that direction.
Foot's good.
You guys are all up there.
Yeah.
But she's on a tall light warhorse. You see they're all same kind of warhorse, very clean looking, and there's about 40 of them.
Okay. And well, it's lost. We're not lost. We know where we're going.
And she just kind of looks down, and she's like, "There's nothing but trouble in that direction. We just got in a fight with a few Zentarum in a town called Leylon. Is that where you're headed?"
That's where we're headed.
Well, there should be no trouble there. But beyond us,
Look at Zentarum Leylon.
we're it. She's like, beyond us, we're it. And you can see like one dude's got a bandage on him, and he kind of looks. He's like, "I'm gonna need to see proof that you're not abandoning the armies."
What?
What?
As I come up and I show my sort of orders signed by Henry himself, and go, "Is this good enough for you?"
She closes it. She's like,
Flint is literally. I'm like,
yeah. She hands it back to you, rolls it up, nods, and she's just like, "Move out!" and just like leaves you, and you hear them all like fly by you, and in the distance she kind of rears off to the left, and she looks at you, and she's like, gives a "good luck. You're gonna need it," and just kind of, and they burst off to the south, and you watch them kind of leave, and you guys get this eerie, like, that's the last support, the last fighting age humanoids, you know what I mean? People that are on the side of good left to the north. It just dawns on you that, like, man, there are so many other baddies that are up here that are probably taking full advantage of the situation, and it just becomes dead silent as the clamoring of chainmail gives you a eerie sound of like Coatl. In your mind, you're like, you want to say shh, but you're in the friending phase of Cog's Ladder, right? But so you guys are moving forward. It's very quiet. 1 hour goes by, 2 hours go by, and you see a little bit of, you can smell smoke from about a 6-house village around a traffic circle ahead of you.
What does the smoke smell like? Is it just wood fire smoke, or is there?
Do a survival check.
Man, you're fucking cool, man.
8
Yeah.
plus.
It's minus.
As a ranger, it smells like burning flesh.
Okay. Like,
It,
is food cooking or?
no. Yeah, that doesn't. You're not smelling any marinade, but you can see the objects of the town from where you guys are at.
Yeah.
You can't see details of the town. It's getting darker, so you see black dots. You do not see. Well, the rest is for you guys to perceive as we work through. Your first day, session 1, on the Baton Rift, okay? You guys got to see. So, you guys see the town? You see a little bit of smoke coming up.
Is it now
No.
dusk? What you're saying? Is now.
It's becoming dusky,
Okay.
and you're like, well, that's where I was going to sleep. Clint, you knew that there's probably a good place to sleep here, and then Phandalin's tomorrow if you head to the right. To
I'll
the
sort of-
east, on the right.
I turn to everybody. I look at their expressions just to see that they've noticed this, because we've been traveling for a while, so I'm not sure if they have. So how far away are they? So 400 or 500 meters, or is it further?
Yeah. Yes.
Still a feet here.
No matter how good your eyes are, you can see the shapes of 5 to 6 huts, houses. One's about 2 stories high, a barn, but they look black, right? Like, because you do not see much color. They look dark, right? You see buildings, but if you move 100 meters close, Bob's your uncle.
I turn to these guys and go, "We better get going. These look like they're in danger."
I'm also going to say, if we were abandoning the army, why would they think that we would come here? I don't know. I think that's.
We're going the opposite. Oh, she's already gone, but we were.
That was about 4 hours ago, probably. Yeah.
It's more the fact that we're going the opposite way to the army. That's why they're concerned. All the armies are going south. We're going north, so it just looks weird.
I wouldn't go this way.
You wouldn't go to the town of 6 when it's about dusk, when people will probably generally be eating or starting a fire within town. Do that?
Right, I'm basically saying, right, we need to get to this town as fast as we can. I double my pace and start to jog.
Do you want me to maybe go up and scout a little bit?
Yeah, go.
Clear?
I can
Sounds like a plan.
I can send my hawk up as well to do some recon.
I'm not very silent as I go up, going clunk, 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 clunk.
Okay.
Yeah, I looked at one like, hey, if you want to go straight at the middle, I'm with you. Like,
Hey, look, the longer we. I turn to Flynn and say, the longer we wait here, the longer those people are in pain.
I mean, if they're in pain, let's go. I don't care. Like, it could be a barbecue or it could be the exact opposite. Those people left 4 hours ahead, but it was completely fine. Now, came in here and, woo, okay, let's go. Woo! You see Flint's walking.
He's just getting jacked.
He's trying to pump himself up and starts walking.
You guys move forward and you see, you start seeing the shapes of like 2 to 3 people. One person seems to be like banging on a house from the distance. Still looks kind of dark. There's a pile that looks like trash or something that's burning, and that's the pungent smell of. It's horrifying smell. It's really bad.
Be able to start like kind of like recognizing that smell.
Yeah, go ahead and do a survival check if you want to. And then you can hear someone weeping next to, and they're like chiseling on something like a totem or something as you guys are walking closer.
Well,
it smells like dead bodies.
I'm like, it's barbecue.
Yeah.
Barbecue.
Well, it is.
It is.
Tim, as we get closer,
The slight tinge of burnt hair.
Yeah.
And unless they're terrible cooks, which, I mean, some people that's fine, but
can we make a perception check to see if we can identify the creature or person or whatever banging on the door? Is it human? Is it?
Yeah.
Just on that.
Sure. Yep. You want to look at the dude banging on. It's like a 2-story building. As you're getting a little bit closer, not paying attention to you, your back's to you, and he's looks like he's chipping on something.
Yeah. No.
Is it with advantage or?
Yeah. Would you roll? Did you roll above 10?
I just didn't.
If you want to aid, yeah. If it's above 10, he can get advantage. Yep. Banging away.
I say to these guys, oh, whatever that is, he's either a good guy or a bad guy. I have no idea.
How close are we to this this guy?
Within, as you guys move forward like another 200 meters, you're about two football fields away from what's going on, and you're breaking out what looks like there's like a woman banging on what, like I said, it looks like a totem, and then across the street is a 2-story kind of wooden, it's like stone with wooden beams, It looks like it's got a broken sign kind of hanging, and a dude. As you get closer, there's like some sort of formation on the side of this building, and the building looks like it's collapsed under this like blob of something, and he's chipping away at it.
Taking heed of the warning that was given that we need luck, I will brandish my weapon as we're moving forward.
Okay. You move maybe another 100 yards until someone stops me.
I'm gonna send my hawk
great.
up 100 feet, or basically
Okay.
100 feet in front of me to get a better look, and I'll just
Okay.
do a perception check on that.
Can you Hawkeye?
I see Baldina. What do your alpha eyes see?
Yeah.
Nothing. That's
Okay.
a
You
7.
guys walk within 100 yards. You see what looks like a pile of like 3 like humanoids burnt to a crisp, but they look like they were deliberately burnt. As you kind of walk up, in their clothes and leather and stuff like that, they weren't like stripped or anything. They're kind of sitting there, but you don't see any weapons or anything like that. As you move to like 100 yards, you see this woman is chipping ice off from a frozen person, and like chipping away, and just like sobbing. And she's just like, she yells across the street, she's like, Sebastian, you can't hear me! You can't hear me! Have you seen Ghetto? And just like chipping, and you look over at this guy that's chipping on this building, a frozen like wall, and he's chipping at it, and he's just like, I can't believe this! This is too much! I left him for a reason, and this is always happening in my life! And he's just mad and just chipping away at this thing, and he's just like furiously breaking pieces of ice off from what you look. It looks like an inn/tavern.
Forward.
You guys are rolling up. You guys are trying your best, and you guys just weren't doing your best.
I'm like, this is kind of a fucked up barbecue.
And they're like, it's just the lady stops and kind of looks at you and just like, he's gone, and just keeps chipping away. She's just looking at, she's like, Velru, please come back, and just starts chipping at what you thought it was a totem, but it's a dude, like, you know what I mean? And she's chipping off ice, and like, you just see a finger get chipped off, and she just drops to her knees and just starts like bawling. Kind of gets into a ball, and the dude's just like, don't waste your tears, it's always like this, and just starts pounding away at this building, and then he throws whatever tool he has down and kind of looks at you guys, and he's just like, so what do you want with this town? He's like, we got nothing left, I'll fight to the death, and he reaches down and like picks up his axe.
I'll just stop. We're just looking for a place to sleep. This was gonna be our stop.
wipes like a single tear that kind of forced out. He's like, well, the armies have taken almost everything that I've had, but what is it you're looking for? I'm sorry.
What can we do to help? What's happened? What can we do to help?
He's like, the Hell Riders left in the evening after they killed those scumbag Zentarum that took my bar from me. What's ever left of Velru, and I got pushed out. It's just, I can't believe it. Every time I get my tavern back, something else falls wicked upon me. And he's just like self-loathing, and he's like, the Zentarum died, the Hell Riders cleared it up as they were pushing to the south. And then, out of nowhere, 2 hours ago, some frozen dragon size of that wagon over there just ripped through these houses. I can't believe it. Ugh! And he's just fighting back tears, and he stomps inside of the tavern. You hear a table just like flip, and a chair get thrown, and you hear someone just sit down in complete like grief. As it's quiet here, as you hear a bottle pop in the inside of the tavern.
Inside the tavern.
Which direction did the dragon come from?
Are you asking him? He's pretty distraught. Do your best. You're doing nice stuff. Do your best persuasion on. See if you can get. He just opens up a bottle and just starts gulp, 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 just starts doing the old copamine. So on the side, that's what we'll call this in Faerun is a bottle of elven wine called copamine.
Right, so persuasion. So 13 as I.
Okay. You come in and you.
You seem to have woes greater than what you can deal with right now. Perhaps within the king, but dragon seems to be an issue. Which way did it come from?
Came from the Sword Mountains. I just looked. It swooped down. Looked at. I didn't expect it to happen this fast, but there's nothing left in defense. You see him. He's wearing what looks like a maroon tabard of what those soldiers, the last, the horse soldiers that went by you, was wearing. But he's got an apron around his tabard, and he's got the apron, folded over, and he stands up and he just takes his bottle, takes another big swig, and just kind of sits it down, and he's just like, it came from the west. He's like Kellen's daughter. She's about 18. Just ran towards Phandalin when it happened to go, I guess. Well, I should probably go look for her too. I don't know what to do.
What's her daughter's name?
It's getting late. Gano. It was a few hours. He's like, I can't. He's like, I've got nothing left. I've tried. I fought the Zentarum that were here. I fought in the fields of dead men to the south. He looks older. He's got just a white beard, and like he looks like a veteran that's been veteran too long. His hands are cracked and wrinkled. He's like calluses that have been there for so long that it's just a white stained skin, very potted, and he's just like, have seats, have something left. And he goes and he lights an oil candle, and he's like, if you could, there's other oil lamps around here. Make yourself at home. And he shakes his head again, and he kind of looks over at the gnome, that's kind of walking in quietly, and he's just like, this is to you, Heineken. He's like, the beds. He's like, I've probably got 2 or 3 rooms left. It's getting dark. I can accommodate you this evening. See if I can find something. And he just kind of ignores you and just kind of walks behind the bar and starts banging away at pots and moving things around. And eventually you hear him throw up an old loaf of bread and he just starts sawing at it.
I turn to the guy and, my name's Pwen, and your name is?
Sebastian.
Sebastian, is there anything we can do around here to make it easier for you tonight?
Yeah. Being here tonight, he's like, I can't tell you, I feel like I've abandoned my kinsman. My lieutenant relieved me a couple days ago after this battle. Said I've seen too much. I was fighting, and I guess I couldn't stop taking an axe to one of the Zentarum, and said I've seen too much. But because no one lived here and the previous owners were those scumbags Zentarum, she left this tavern to me. Maybe this would be a good retirement to help me out. I'll tell you, it looks like things are going to be enemies are going to start being pushed in from the west. I would say go to the Well of Dragons if you want to help push back terror and come back with the rest of the army and I'll try to keep this small village alive for as long as I can.
I just want to make sure, because I'm not very good at spelling on this. How do you spell this village's name?
Leilon? It's
Yep.
Leilon. There's a big sign outside. It, it's eerily covered with, ice. But it's dripping now, and you can just see him, and he's just like, oh, it's gonna get into the boards. Ugh, he's like, I wish someone invented fans. But he's like, you could see him going upstairs, and he's like, I'm gonna go grab some, wool blankets, and he tries mopping it up, and he's getting buckets out because the ice is now like dripping through, and he's diligently working. What I would say is, this is a weird 8-hour rest location that you guys have. It's not secure. What are the type of things that, and I'll go around the room, what are the type of things that you want to do during a not secure, you're in a tavern with an upstairs-ish that's soaking wet, but there's about 3 good rooms left, and it looks like he's going to give it to you for free, basically because you're fighting age humanoids and are providing one night security. So, Flynn, what's something that you want to do? We'll give you in a long rest, what do we say, 3 things? 3 things that are your standard 3 things you do during a long rest. That you can just say standard.
Yeah, it's the same stuff.
Okay. Okay.
Practicing mode, rolling up equipment,
Okay.
making sure that everything's good, and then just kind of doing some exercise.
Okay. Okay. Do some exercises.
Dexterity and strength back.
Okay.
College.
Mira?
So I'll say maintain here for the chainmail, and then say perceiving my surroundings to get a defensibility and what exits we have and all that. So
Okay.
anywhere where we're at, and then third would be if there are others, talking to them to see what their mindset is.
Okay. Oh, I got you. Okay. Eventually that woman, Kellen comes in, and she lets you know that was her husband. They were like the last 2 remaining people. They finally got this cottage. People moved out. The Zentarum they refused to leave when the Zentarum were like raising the taxes and things like that, or doing random black market-y stuff. And once the Zentarum were killed, they thought that this is great, we're going to be able to build our crops here. She gives you the story. Geno left their daughter that moved back in with them. She was going to head to Neverwinter. But when this happened, she just hysterically said, I need to go tell Phandalin that the trouble is coming, which was weird. And, so that's what you got from that. Quaddle, 3 things. Oh, what?
The person that's encased in ice, I'm just going to consistently try to precipitation.
Okay.
Warm areas.
Okay.
Like sort of
Piece of cake.
getting closer.
Yep.
Closer.
If you spend 2 hours of your long rest, you'd be able to get them to a point where they're thawed.
Okay. And then as soon as they're thawed, I've just done 1 cure wound. Try to roll a medicine check to see if they're alive.
Yeah, this is
Okay. Yeah.
plot death.
Yeah.
Suffers non-5e. Like, you check his tag, like, he does not have the effects of 5e.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I would just, if I could, I'd try to
Okay.
feel something based off of. Okay, does it feel warm? Is it
Yeah. No.
pulses or
Yep.
something? If there's
Yeah. He gone. Kellen, comes up, and she takes this wooden, shambled shovel, and she kind of goes in the backyard to start digging a hole. Sebastian, after he feeds you guys and stuff like that, goes out there, grabs his shovel, and starts digging a grave. Quaddle, 3 things. 3 things that are your standard long rest in a non-friendly type environment.
Okay, so we are indoors right now, so these are the nature stuff. I'm just going over my equipment, brushing out the pelt, the wolf pelt.
Yep.
Looking over my bow, my arrows, making sure my equipment's good.
Okay.
And just taking time to I guess meditate and try and read the energy around me. I'm not outside, so it's a little bit different. But obviously, it's a lot of bad and negative energy. But I feel like something has passed over this place. So yeah, it'll be a little bit different once I'm outside for a long rest.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I would say this is very outside-ish. Regardless of this being a, like, imagine the World War One blown out house. When this thing got hit with something, when it melted, it's like open. Like you're hearing like crickets and night, animals kind of like cruising around out there. So it is very non-secure, town.
So I'm gonna try and read the, I guess read the animals.
Okay.
That makes sense.
Okay.
As to, hey, is there danger nearby? What's their perception? Is there something coming back?
Okay.
Are they scurrying around?
Okay.
Yeah.
Yep. If you want to do an nature check, it's fine. And then we'll say points on deck for your 3 things that you do as a standard long rest eat.
10.
Okay. As you're looking around, 4 animals here. The only animals that you're picking up since whatever just occurred are the 2 pigs that are with Callan.
Okay.
And they're just like sitting next to each other in like the corner, just like chilling, not really. You could see where they would walk around. They're just kind of nestled, to the side. Like they're like that was pretty awful day.
Okay. For a pig.
There were 3 pigs.
Oh, okay.
Right?
Yeah.
But obviously maybe one became a snack for, something flying around.
Okay. Did you ever find out which dragon is it that came down and... No? What, can we ask what the dragon looked like?
He just said it was a white dragon that came from the west.
You said it was a white dragon that came from the west? Okay.
So, Quint.
Okay. First thing I do, obviously, anything is, especially in the non-safe situations, I do a lot of sort of looking around just to make sure that things are a little bit safer, make sure I see who's around, see if there's any sort of footfall from various people, and just see if there's anything to keep an eye on us. So that's just basically check the surroundings. I would pray. And also I've got a habit of wherever I am, and wherever I'm walking around and stuff, I pick up lots of anything that's metal, and I just sort it out as part of my long rest, and just keep it into just an area of anything that is made of metal. It could be rusty. It could be...
There's like silverware and stuff like that in there.
No. No, I mean anything that's metal, but it's usually low value stuff. So during the day, if I'm going around, we kill some orcs, we kill some things. Even their weapons, they're little crap. No one's going to ever use them. I have a personal use for metal. I like to reuse it for things. Okay. So I like to collect it and do stuff. And once I get a bit better at being a cleric, I have ways of turning that into something useful.
Okay. All right. Heineken. What do you want to do for the 3 things that you do in a non-secure long rest?
The same idea as a short rest, but I think same I would do for a short rest, minus if I've got the spell slot available, I'm going to cast Detect Magic before I go long rest.
Okay.
Just to make sure, we're not someplace peculiar.
Okay.
If I've got the slot. If not, then...
You cast it, and if you did... So you did, and you gain it back over your long rest, right? Is that what you're saying?
That's the idea.
Nothing magical here. It's just your basic, tumbleweed town. And, yep, you nuzzle up, and you head off to bed. Blendina. And then Dark's up on deck.
Unsecure, as part, if we're heading into danger as part of my spell prep for a long rest, I would, if I'm feeling danger, I'm gonna prepare mage armor in favor of charm person.
Okay.
which it feels like we're heading into some sort of danger. So in this, I will swap out mage armor. But outside of that, I'm just keeping to myself for the most part, and learning the town, meeting the. Obviously, I'm just going to talk to the tavern owner, who's probably speak to his wife, learn about Leylon and the area, because I'm completely unfamiliar with this.
She, when they calm down, she's very frustrated and angry, but she kind of just lets you know that this town lost a lot of its business when Phandalin started booming, and then the business started coming back, but the Zentarum kind of flushed out anybody worth, value, in trust and things like that. So it's been very flux. The town's trying to grow. It's got a port, but it's like 1 or 2 docks. It's not that great. She mentions that the road to Phandalin is a very nice, clean cobblestone type road. It's well kept, and you're only a day away.
Awesome.
Should arrive there probably, if you book it, should arrive there by, before dinner, she says.
Awesome. Is there anything that I can do? I'm a wizard. I can do some things. Is there anything I can help clean up in the time that we are here?
No, not today. She's very stubborn about it, and she's kind of pushing you away. Maybe in 2 or 3 days, once she goes through the grief mode or whatever. But she just kind of stubbornly, I need to sleep, and goes back to her house across the street.
As before I walk away, I'll cast Prestidigitation on her and clean her up. Make her look and smell nice as I walk away.
She's like, thank you very much. If you go to Phandalin and you see Geno, please send her home immediately.
Absolutely, I will do just that. What does she look like?
She's got long black hair. When she left, she had it, like in a bun, like in a ponytail. She wears she was wearing a white top with a brown skirt.
Okay.
Describes Minnie to the left. But yeah.
I will be on the lookout for her.
Dark, sorry, you just happen to be in the bottom right quad. What are the 3 things that'll be your standard long rests? Bottom line is, the whole point of this is so that when we start doing stuff, if you say I do the standard thing, you know what I mean? Like, that's it. Like, if someone says I pull security or something like that, okay, you're not just falling flat on your face.
I think in this particular case, considering the makeup of the party, Dark would have figured out which one of the 3 rooms available is best for Blandino to stay in for the night, and kind of like set that up for her. Then he would have kind of got his hammock somewhere in the tavern side and set that up. And then if there's any heavy lifting with like the burial and stuff like that, he would have spent time doing that as well.
Okay. There was a pretty heavy set guy that, as they were struggling putting in there, and you could say that, Kellen respects that, and it's up to Blandina, but that probably works well for Blandina as well. So very gracious stuff. You guys carry on through the rest of the evening. You wake up before Sebastian. They are so exhausted from you can hear them snoring across the street. You can hear Sebastian just blackout drunk, still propped up in one of the booths in the tavern. And you guys kind of respectfully, quietly kind of walk out, and it's very clear where Phandalin is. There's the Neverwinter this way, Phandalin that way, and Waterdeep this way, right? And you guys head towards Phandalin, and it's very complicated.
We leave the inn, knowing that he has a lot heavy for the day, and having drunk, I'm going to lay on hands to remove any
effects of
the
okay
overnight drink.
That would be 5 for poison. Okay. Okay.
Well, now I just have 5. I don't have
Yep.
plus
So
3 yet.
so you 5'd them.
Numbers.
Okay. Dude wakes up ugh. And oddly enough, it seems like he's been through iterations of this his whole life. And just like, you know, talks to you guys, but busily gets back to work, shakes off the, you know what I mean? Like you see like almost like a polar shift in his personality in the morning, and just starts like getting to work, and he's just kind of like, all right, well, you know, thanks for hanging out, you know what I mean? And Phandalin's that way, you know, if you need anything, you know, you're always welcome here for a couple copper pieces. Total shift in personality when, you know what I mean, like he's all not traumatized and sobered up. I'll take copper. Yeah. And you guys, unless you guys have anything else, you funnel down the road and you begin your trek. It's tall grass everywhere, stiff cold breeze, but as you get off the ocean, the breeze kind of, as the whooshing of the ocean kind of leaves, now it's like eerily silent. As you're moving towards, you can see the Neverwinter Wood, I think it is, off to your, help me out here. Neverwinter Wood is off to your left or to your north. Big, thick tree line, but it's probably 5-10 miles away, so it looks just blue. You know what I mean? Like you can't break out a tree, but you know there's a pretty large forest there beyond the tall grass. Birds ever so often kind of swarm through and kind of leave and piss off and go somewhere else, just doing bird stuff. And you guys move towards Phandalin off the ocean on which is called the Tribor Road. If anybody's familiar, I don't think anybody got a map or anything. You guys did a fantastic. So you guys, did anybody get a map? Nobody? Nobody got a map. So you guys are moving along on a good tick, and it's been about 8 or so hours. You feel the onset of what would be like exhaustion if you don't take a break. You guys have been moving at this pace for a while. It's like high noonish, right? And you guys got good visibility kind of everywhere. There's sporadic like copse of trees off to your left, and like a copse of trees, which is like, you know, an area of like 20 to 30 kind of thick trees. You can't really kind of see into it. And then some trees off to your right as well. But it seems like a good spot to kind of hold up. You guys invariably as a group thing kind of stop and begin a short rest. The road carries on in front of you for what seems like forever as well.
As we sort of slow down for the short rest, I sort of go, is it worth us getting in the tree line, stay off the road whilst we have a rest? So we don't know what's up here. We've got to be a bit more aware. Now we're off on the sort of the more less trodden tracks, and the armies aren't around.
That sounds like a smart thing to do.
Yeah. We'll have to recon that area, make sure it's defensible.
Who wants to do the recon?
I can send my hawk up.
Send the ranger in as well. You both could do ranger things.
Does your hawk speak to anyone? How do you get the info from it?
I can warg out.
What's that?
I can warg out basically. So I can see through the hawk's eyes, but somebody has to protect me while I'm doing it.
Nice.
Drawn out.
Okay.
I'm gonna go ahead and gather some things from around me. I have to camouflage myself a little bit.
Okay.
And
Do a quick survival check. Sorry, I'm gonna make you use that die all day.
I'm just gonna start with this one. 15.
15?
Yeah.
With the tall grass and things like that, you think that if you can lay low and kind of put some of the tall grass, you know, up where your ears and stuff like that are, that'll kind of help you blend in. But you see that if you move with the tall grass and try not to smush it down, it'll be less, you know, visibility. You get the sense from that survival check that you guys are kind of are you guys like you guys being cautious and quiet? You know what I mean? Or as you come to this point, I'm assuming, or just kind of just chilling. The hawk goes up.
Yeah, I'd send it
you
like
kinda
60
blend
feet
in.
up, probably about
Okay.
75 feet away from me, and
Okay. The hawk flies up and give me a perception check.
that was good. 16 plus 18.
18. Hawk flies up. You start moving towards the copse very, very silently. Roll a stealth check as well.
19.
Say it's 200 yards off as this cope. You go 100 yards easily. The hawk looks down into the forest. The sun's beating down on the leaves, which kind of look like a mix of deciduous and fir trees. It takes like a circle around and gets over some of the deciduous trees, and you can see what looks like a little bit of a smoldering fire. You come back around, and you see like some humanoids inside the. Can't really see where you're at, but you see where the leaves and the trees are kind of stay put. A body move like left to right. You kind of like focus in, Blandina, and then you see 2 to 3 bodies.
I will. I'll tell the hawk to come back, and I'll immediately come back too, and let him know that there's of the 3 people inside the tree line.
Can I roll a nature check?
Sure.
While waiting on the woods hawk, I guess. I just want to, I guess, see. I don't know about the fire or the humanoids around there, but just to see if I can pick up any vibes, I guess, from the creatures around here. Are they cautious? Are they startled? Are they?
No, I would say that they're kind of acting normal.
Okay.
Like this is a cobblestone road, so probably used to, you know what I mean? Yeah.
Okay.
But Blandina, what was your question?
Oh, no question. I'm just going to like recall the hawk, and then unwarg out and let them know, hey, there's
someone in there.
There's somebody
now,
in there.
Portal is 100 yards away from you, so he's not going to hear this, but you guys will.
Right, and I'll let him know that there's possibly somebody patrolling.
With the trees, are we looking at the other one as well?
So this is the one on the left-hand side of the road, the larger copse, and then there's not another copse, like 2 or 3
It's just
random
the
trees.
forest.
Yeah.
No. Sure we didn't have anywhere else we could ambush from.
So I'll go to the rest of the party, and then I'll go back to Kodal. You guys hear this from Landir, that there are bodies there are humanoids in there, but he saw shapes of dudes, like three dudes, you think, and fire, a low smoldering fire, not enough to like carry out of the copse.
Were we planning to rest here for the night? Was that our plan?
You're gonna take a short rest. If you go farther, you're like in exhaustion mode.
I don't think we like sharing fire with people on the side of the road.
So is my work done up there? Can I withdraw back to?
I don't know what you see.
Yeah.
I mean, we heard hawk but I don't know if you go.
I don't think I gathered anything, right?
By looking in there?
Yeah.
So you did your stealth check to get to where you're at. So if anybody's not doing anything, like now you're there,
Okay.
what do you want to do while you're there?
Just observe and then
Okay.
bring back any information.
Yep, do your perception check.
Uh, 15.
You're looking in there, and you see in the distance what look like 2 large humanoids and a smaller one. And you're kind of looking in there, and you're looking in, and you hear like a muffled sound of a female voice.
When you say large,
And then-
are they like giants? Are they?
No, well, They look like very muscular, you know, humanoids. Just a little bit larger than, you know, your average dude.
I think I've seen enough.
Okay. Yep, sure.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and withdraw them.
Okay. Make another stealth check.
23.
Okay. Okay. Yep, you get back to the party.
What do you got?
Hey,
Going
so,
through?
there's two larger, big, muscular men there, and I heard some whimperings of it sound like a female.
Good.
But they were, I guess, nearby a smoldering fire. I'm confident. I mean, there's a lot of us.
Ne'er-do-wells.
Yeah, there's a lot of us. Maybe she needs our help. She didn't sound too stupid to be there.
Could definitely be sure that nothing is afoot.
As you guys are saying that, I'm like, that could be
Gano.
Ganal. Yeah, because obviously the daughter went this way to Phandalin. She's only an hour or so ahead of us. They might be jumping at.
Play my loop and try to distract them, maybe draw them in, and you guys just close in on them.
Cool.
That's a good seat.
Why would you distract us?
It's like, you know, distract them. Like I'll play and just sing really quality songs and try to bring them in, or I'll get close and keep playing, and you guys kind of carry me. And
Okay, you could do alone traveling.
yeah, I'll be the bait essentially. Just help. Help.
So what we basically, so we all need to hide slightly. You need to go forward a little bit, and then we rush to defend you when you get attacked. Is that the plan?
That's a plan.
What if you continue down the path, just playing? We'll remain close enough. But it looks like you're just walking down the path, strumming your lute.
I mean, I can. Yeah. I mean, if you guys are going to provide some support, I can certainly do that.
I'm gonna to about 100.
I can probably hold myself for a small amount of time.
Okay.
But I don't think I'll last anything greater than maybe.
Half a round.
Oh man. 18 seconds.
Fine.
So you reckon you're going to survive 3 whole rounds on your own?
Yeah.
At level 1?
That's gonna do five principles of dodge,
How-
dive, dodge. Like,
So, if we
Look,
want to
on
just
my quick point,
completely,
you know?
if we want to just completely avoid these big brute dudes, I could just cast sleep on them. Get up within, I don't know, 90 feet. I could cast sleep on them, and then we approach her.
So, I distract them, get them to try and come towards me. We go with Belvina to try and put them to sleep. How many people need to sleep?
Depends
What
on
is
how
it?
many steroids those guys have had.
5d8 HP. So
Is that
it depends.
for one person or for multiple?
It could be multiple. It just depends on how many HP they have.
Great. Well, follow me. I'm strapped. Building it. Your plan A. Hopefully put him to sleep. We have the guys can take a little bit more. Waiting in the wings, so when guys don't go down, they converge. I'll try to get them away with, you know, some of this, like this one song that I know. I learned it not too long ago. I call it Thunderstruck. So I'll use that to see what hopefully we can I can get them away and back off and allow the beefier people to get after it, and then I'll pick and choose as needed. But we should be pretty solid unless Dark or Heineken have any other suggestions.
I can make illusions, but they don't last very long.
Can you give me a whole band?
A whole bear?
A whole band.
A whole band?
Just give me somebody, give me like a bass line or a drum line that will really make this thing pop.
So it says, and I'm quoting, I'm going to be rule pants. Create a sound. Its volume can range from a whisper to a scream. One of those examples is the beating of a drum or any other sound I choose.
Oh yeah, you can have your face.
So
Well,
I'm
if
gonna
you're going to do that, I can also cast a minor illusion and have backup music for you.
Oh, so backup singers.
Backup singers and a drum, so you can have harmony.
So we could literally have like, you guys remember the 80s cartoon Gem with the holograms?
Oh, Jesus.
Okay.
We get a sick bass line. Sorry, a bing dang, a bing ding dang. Little something like that. I don't know.
You're gonna roll up with like a whole band.
But it's just
I'm gonna
him.
keep trying.
It's just him. The extra stuff is just an illusion.
Yeah, he is a one-man band.
And he's walking down the
I'm
road.
literally.
And he's walking down the road, right?
Yeah. You guys have seen the TikToks of the guy with the guitar, the bass drum on his back, and he's like with the harmonica thing by his mouth, and he's doing the whole bit. Can our bard like be that guy, but we do the rest? It's not good.
I turn to Flynn and go, if you feel that's something you can do, it's a risky move.
Well,
We're gonna fight anyway.
looking at it, we may be able to draw them away from her. If let's kind of get there, grab her. Looks like we have enough to get these guys distracted enough. We secure the smaller figure based off what we know, and then either take them out, or if we put them to sleep, we keep going and get the hell out of there.
Sounds like a plan.
Experience as kidnapping or something like that, I don't recommend you make them sleeping.
If I may, if you need me to, I can disguise self as well. That's one of my spells. I can be in your band. I'm going to be the one with the electric keyboard thing that looks like a guitar. Whatever the D&D equivalent to that ridiculous musical instrument is.
An accordion?
As long as it's, the bing dang, the bing ding dang.
Yeah. Yeah, we can do like the more people I have there, it'll help in the event that we can't get like Quint or Marion up there quick enough to kind of help out. Having more people up there will give us enough time to get them up there. Should we actually have to draw swords?
Okay. So I will cast Disguise Self, and I will be the keyboardist from the Gem and the Holograms type band. And I will, I'll join you on your diversion.
And you guys are walking forward.
Once
I'm following the lead.
that will be the intent. Like everybody's like, yep, this is what we're gonna do. That's the intent.
Okay, so the two of you are walking forward, playing music. Where's everybody else going?
We do that so that you guys have some security. To make it look like I'm playing something as I'm with you, so I'm carrying my sword.
I'm letting them walk at least like 30, 60 feet, and then I'm going to follow behind them because I know I'm not going to be quiet in the slightest.
Okay.
I'm gonna be about 150.
You're moving back.
Yeah.
Go ahead and set yourselves up how you guys want to be set up. The front line trace will be that bush right there. Yep, side.
Can you set me have in the tree line?
Left or right?
The right?
Roll.
150-ish?
Roll stealth check.
19.
Okay.
Where's the lady going?
Where's Blendina going?
I'm gonna stay about 75 feet behind the front, basically where Flynn and Heineken are going. Walking forward just so that I'm within range to cast sleep if I need to.
Okay.
Where are you kind of from?
I'm near Blandina because I'm just slightly ahead, but obviously I'm just trying to sort of stay with some people.
Okay.
Dark.
With Blandina and Quint as well in the back. Probably in front, because...
Which side are you going to put the trees on? Because that's where you're going to be going, right? To try and get the damsel or whoever may be in distress.
Yeah.
So on that side?
That side.
Okay. I will use... I have a stake and a tinderbox, and we'll make a makeshift cowbell. And just be, as we're walking.
Okay, so there's 3 people in a band, and then the rest are kind of farther back.
So as
Yeah.
I play my instrument, I'm also going to cast Prestidigitation to give myself another baseline as well on top of everything else that we're getting. And this is the song.
Go Fishmonger. Okay. He's playing Go Fishmonger. Okay, so you guys are moving forward in a group of 3, and the other group is 75 feet behind?
Ish. Yeah.
That's right.
In the middle of the road. Okay. You guys keep walking, and keep walking, and keep walking, and keep walking, and keep walking. You guys are heading down the road.
Yeah, so my question is, like, what...
You want to move towards the copse of trees?
Well, how far from the road to the copse of trees?
200.
Laterally.
200
that
yards.
we can travel. Where the copse of trees is.
Copse of trees, 200 yards over here.
200 yards from
Yep. Yep.
Okay.
Like we're going to go set up camp there.
Yeah.
Like that's our...
Yeah. And
Oh, okay. Start moving towards it. Okay. All right. As you get within 100 yards of this thing, roll initiative. Who's my above 20s? Total?
Yeah, 21.
Okay. Anybody else? Above 20? All right. 15 to 20. Oh boy. Huzzah. All right. 10 to 15.
10.
14.
Oh, we got a 14. Oh, Dark got a 14.
Dark got 14.
Quent got 12.
Point got 12.
Blandine is a 10.
Tens. Yep. Wendina, Mirren, do a roll off. Roll a die 6.
Oh, D6.
Oh, what'd you get in a 20? That's fine. You already rolled a 20?
A 4.
Okay. Yep. All right. So swap you guys. And then what was that? That was 5 to 10, please. Any 5 to 10s? 0 to 5s? Do I got everybody? Who am I missing?
6. I got a 4.
You got a 4. Okay, Flynn got a 4.
We
You
are
got a
rocking it.
And Heine got a 6. Total as you and I'll make this right now and you guys start turning towards the copse of trees. Total is you are watching them move forward. Which chip I'm moving? Ah, 2. you see from the distance, you're watching them kind of turn in.
Okay.
They get to about there. Okay. You see someone with a crossbow about 100, you know what I mean, like feet, just right on the edge, kind of stand up to get to take a shot at you guys.
Okay. Well, not so fast, let me do it.
It's so fast.
I'm gonna try and take him out then with my longbow.
Okay.
16 to hit.
That's a hit.
Not 9 damage.
Let's see. Okay, so he stands up. You see him training on Fishmonger, and he's just like, you see him just kind of smiling, and you stand up with your bow, and you just, like, 'cause you're off in the distance stealth, and you hit him, like, right in the chest. He leans forward, and he's gonna go take a shot on dear sweet. Does a 10 hit Flynn?
10 does.
Uh-oh. Light crossbow coming at you.
He goes online, though.
I am squishy.
That'll be 4 piercing, sir. As you guys see a bolt fly
The jig is
from
up.
the other side. You see
Flynn.
up the corner of your eye a bolt coming.
Question for you, Flynn. Is your AC so low because you like your fans hitting on you?
We'll see. Who is it? Who's off to his right? That's Mirren. Okay, probably not, but does a 12 hit. It bounces off your chainmail as and then in the distance you hear like from behind in the tree line. Dark, you're up.
I'd like to move 30 feet forward.
No.
Probably action dash another 30 feet. Trying to
crossbow baddies here.
cross between where the others are, so that
Yeah, so Dark, you end up kind of like taking over and being in lead where that rock formation is that you can possibly see. I don't know if you can see it. Yeah. So you're right there. So if you look at the screen, if I can determine correctly, camera left. So you're the furthest left of all of us right now.
I can enhance.
Dash.
Enhance. You can also use this apparatus as well if you want to do music. You know how to do it? We can always point. It's his. The Dark, you dashed? Is that him out in front? All shiny and bright? Okay. That brings up Quint. Here, I'll show you.
I will basically run my movement and action move towards the rest of the party. Because that's basically I move 50 feet up because I've got little legs.
I had to do movie magic, but it worked for the first 2 hours. It was great.
So that kind of puts you on within that rock formation that you're seeing on the map.
Yeah, that's fine. I'm down there. I've got my shield up and my holy symbol ready to smite these horrible, nasty people.
I can shift you left and right if you want, because
No, that's fine. That's perfectly. I'll be as unconspicuous as a dwarf in full armor does running towards battle. No one saw me. It's fine.
And he just kept moving? Did he make contact? What?
No.
Nope, he just
No,
stepped forward.
I had some. I got little legs. It takes me a long time to catch up with people. So.
Okay, Blendina.
How that set of bushes directly next to me, how far is that from them?
From them, that's probably 40 to the dude in front of you. That bush is probably 40, probably 60 from that guy.
Okay,
From
perfect.
that,
I'm going to move into the bush,
okay.
and then from the bush, just passive perception, can I see what they look like?
The guy, he just looks like a humanoid with a crossbow.
Gotcha. I'm going to cast sleep.
Okay. On crossbow man.
No, I'm casting it on the two large
You
dudes.
cannot see those guys yet. I've just got them there for reference. You can't see them. They're in the trees.
Well, so it's
They're
it's an
probably like
area.
20 feet into the trees.
It's an area of effect. So whatever.
Just gonna launch it in the area.
Yeah, I'm gonna launch
Okay.
it centered on them,
Okay.
and it is for 13,
400.
20. So it's 22 hit points.
Okay.
So the guy that shot the crossbow, take his hit points out, and if he goes to 0, he's asleep. And then
Oh, so you're putting it on the crossbow guy.
yeah, I'm centering it on the crossbow guy, but it's
Oh.
a 20-foot radius around him
Much. Okay. That's not much.
for
Okay.
22 hit points.
Is the orc within 20?
Yeah. That's me just doing basic.
Okay, so 11. 22, you said?
Yeah, 22 total.
Okay.
And
the guy falls asleep. That crossbowman falls asleep. Yep. Nope, the other one. Blendina. Other that guy. Yep, he just falls asleep. Boop.
Oh, I didn't see
Okay.
those guys.
That's the crossbowman that you're aiming on.
Oh,
Yeah.
I honestly didn't even see him there.
Yep.
He's very still.
Yep. He's no knight.
Okay, well, all I saw were the two dudes behind the trees.
Oh. We're trying to adjust cameras. Is camera 2 up yet?
No,
Oh,
it
okay.
is now.
Skylar, at that point, I don't think anyone's seen those two behind the trees yet. They're not done.
Yeah, they're just there for reference.
Gotcha. I genuinely didn't know that the other two guys were there. I did,
Yeah.
but okay.
Situating myself, from the individual that shot us, could I see where that came from?
Can you see where? Yes.
Okay.
That you just saw that dude. Yeah. As you like look over, you see the guy just like, he just like falls.
So,
Maybe he's drunk. You know what I mean? Maybe it wasn't his fault. He thought you were a deer. Yeah. Maybe it's not his fault.
good song, you guys listen. So the individual that shot friend here, I will start making my way towards him. Let's see. I will take my 30, which is probably not enough to get to him.
You got the little marker. You have the travel marks right there. Yeah. That's okay.
Nope, so I'll be a little short.
You're booking it. Ah!
So, well, that's like the song.
He just.
Chip, come here.
Oh, poor baby. You okay, buddy? Yeah.
Buddy.
Yeah. He'd be okay. You're sleeping underneath the chair. Dogs do that.
And then,
How's he doing? You gonna live?
yeah,
Okay.
I will throw a javelin at them.
Okay.
So let's get the pitch. So an 11 to hit.
11 to hit.
Yep.
just misses. So you take a javelin, and the dude just kind of takes his crossbow and knocks it out of the way.
I'm gonna need that back.
Okay.
Let's see. Bonus action, I'm just gonna look at him.
Okay. All right.
Look at it.
Shouldn't have done it.
All right. Orc is going to break off. Okay, you can do fun things. Orc can. Oh, are you all right, buddy? It can move up to its speed as a bonus action towards a hostile creature. I'm pretty sure this dude's just gonna come barreling out of the woods and attack Dark, while this one grabs the victim and pulls it in front of this base. Dark. This thing is going to hit you with a great axe. Does a 23 hit.
Yeah.
It storms in. You see these large tusks come up. This large orc, you've seen them before, just starts stomping through. On his arm, he's got tattoos of arrows. Is the first thing that you see as you about go lights out from 11 slashing damage across your chest.
Oh gosh. Yeah, that is lights out.
Did that zonk you?
11 damage?
Yeah.
We're level 1. Yeah.
Die. Cool. Let's see if you guys got healers. Orc number 1 holds victim in front, and that brings up Heineken with that wild magic.
So there's no chance to there's no redeeming ourselves. There's no. We've been had.
We never
Is
had
that the
it.
general?
Yeah.
He shot first.
We never had it.
I'm used to.
Solid plan. You know what I mean?
Apparently, I just did swam with my song choice.
All right, we're gonna go with I'm gonna just send a firebolt then.
Okay.
That is the dirty 20.
Dark falls. That hits. Who are you hitting, buddy?
The
You say the nearest guy to me. Do push-ups. There's a bad here. There's a bad there. And there's a bad there.
I'm looking at the feed right now, and I think the one that you were just pointing at.
Who's that tree line outside?
The big guy that
Right.
just killed Dark.
Yeah, that guy.
Great.
We're gonna go with that guy.
Good choice.
He's gonna take 8 damage,
Okay.
and I believe that is all I got.
Wait, do you... Oh, yeah, you got it. Yep. All right, cool. So it was a firebolt
Yes.
as just a spray of fire just flies across, hits this thing in the chest. As it's standing, it just pulls out an axe from poor Dark. Give me some wild magic.
I'm gonna have to pull up the table. You got the table?
Oh, it's your character.
One sec. I should
Alright.
just.
Moving on. Flynn, let me know what happens to the wild magic.
Okay.
Flynn.
How's that work looking?
That did not look like it He's looking rough.
Okay.
Like one of his arms kind of falls limp as he was pulling out the great axe. His arms just kind of like blackened.
I'm going to use my movement to try and at least get eyes on beyond where that person is. And essentially what I'm trying to do is close distance, get within 30 feet of that guy.
Okay.
I do that.
Yep. Wait, where are you?
So right here.
Get within 30 feet? Yeah, so just get on the other side of the tree line.
Yeah, so I just want to kind of like get
Yep.
right here.
Sure.
And then cast Bane on the individual that pulled in the moment.
Okay.
That is charisma save, DC 13.
Net 20.
Nice.
Sorry. This is not going as well as Pete's day one, session one. So this thing just like looks, you know what I mean? Like, oh, and he just, you see him bringing up a dagger.
Playing, I'm like, play, don't like the music, just say something.
All
Cool.
right, you ready?
Yeah, what happened?
I cast confusion centered on myself.
Uh-oh.
Wait, what did he roll first?
What'd you roll?
You have to roll D20.
14.
Okay, so 14. You have to roll 1 to roll on a magic table if my memory serves me correctly.
We'll work on this. We'll work on our table rules.
Okay. But that's what my 14 was. What was I supposed to roll first?
You roll 1d20 because it's the 1d100 for I believe the magic table.
Okay.
On top of because every single time you do a spell, you're supposed to you can roll on the magic table. Let me bring it up real quick.
Okay. So it's the D20 after the spell, first level or higher than 100 if I hit a 1.
Yes. So you roll. So after when he says, "Hey, roll wild magic," you roll. If you roll 1, you roll on wild magic table.
Oh, okay. So that was a 6.
Yeah.
So we're cool.
You should be fine unless Tim
So
determines.
that's how we'll go for now, just for kind of speed and timing.
Okay.
Thank you for your patience. Coital.
I want to shoot at that orc that doesn't look so hot.
Poor James. Yep, okay.
We're level 1 though. This should be expected, especially for orcs.
Oh shit.
It's a party of 7, Skylar. Try to make it spicy.
Oh yeah.
Does a 5 hit?
Does a 5 hit him? Yeah, so he's seen you there. You shoot, and he takes his battle axe and just kind of, or his great axe, kind of like pushes off the side, and ting, the arrow kind of spins off to the side.
Okay.
It's not just a 5.
There's no saves for sleep, right? Let me check.
Yeah.
Hold on.
Wait,
Sleep.
it's just a minute.
Yeah, 1 minute.
Unless he takes damage or anything like that. Yep. All right. Cool. Snoring. The guy was like, he's bounding back. This dude looks really, really bad. He's got a bolt in him. He shoots Mirren, who's coming straight at him. There's a 13 hit, and he starts cranking on his crossbow to get another shot up, and that brings up Dark's death save. Got a death save, buddy. Oh, I was looking at it wrong. I was looking at a 30-second delay.
16.
All right. Yeah, you're walking towards life.
One step on the road.
You're seeing images of, spaceships and Githzari stuff. You're back home. All right. That brings up Puent. Can you see yourself on the map, Puent?
You are muted. Pete,
I
you're
hope
muted.
that was really amazing what you just said.
Yes. It was. Okay. I see that Dark's gone down. I also see that this orc's over him. So I summon my sort of bravery and I toll the dead on the orc. Can you have a wisdom saving throw, please?
Okay. 5.
He fails. He then takes 12 points of necrotic damage.
You see him just, and he slumps to the side, dead.
I then, as that's a
That
cantrip,
arm that was turning to black just like shrivels up. A spurt of blood flies out of his left side and he falls over there. Is that more dramatic?
yeah, perfect. And as a cantrip, then I get down on one knee, put my hand. So as that was my cantrip being cast that turn, I sort of get down, put my hand on Dark's chest, and cast Cure Light Wounds on him.
Okay.
And he is healed for 7 points. Actually, no, plus my wisdom. 10 points of healing, Dark. And I go, and I sort of, Moderin's, you're not done yet. Get back.
Nice. You got lots of sneezes. It's these dogs. I think he's like asleep now. That was like so traumatizing.
So as I've done that, as I've cast that about him, I know Dark's still on the floor. I get in front of him and have my shield ready to sort of protect him as he's on the floor.
All gone. You come back to blink back to consciousness as the dwarf that you've been walking with takes like, you see him taking solid care of you as you come back. Like, we have bros in this world. Blandina. Now you get the idea that there is a dude back there as people are casting things. Well, actually no, because you ran in and you saw him. So you saw Flynn burst through, you know what I mean, some of the trees. Just for movie magic, it's difficult to see.
Sure.
That side.
I'm gonna move up next to Coatl.
Okay. Yep. If you want to make a perception check, you can see through there as a bonus action
Yeah.
for your passive.
As a passive,
Yeah.
passive 12.
Okay. Yep. You see as you're walking up and you see Flynn moving up there, you see him casting a spell and like some darkness comes out of his hand or loot, wherever your thing. He's just like you see an orc with a great axe coming up to the neck of a woman in a white like camisa in like a brown skirt.
How close am I to them right now?
40.
I'm gonna move up another. I'm gonna move up another 10 feet
Okay.
and cast sleep on him. And cast sleep on
Okay.
him.
Okay.
So that'll be. Don't fail me now.
Nice. Don't fail me now.
19.
Man, what a part. We got a part, baby. 19?
19 hit points.
Okay. You hear him like, oh, and he falls over asleep. And surprisingly, the woman is just kind of like standing there. You know, she looks like the Indiana Jones's girlfriend from, you know what I mean? She's like, she's got like a piece of cloth, you know, that never silences anybody. You know, like I just, what's with the sock in the mouth thing? Like, dude, spit it out. Like, anyways, you hear her just like, you did a bad job. I'm telling you.
Get home.
You see her there. And she kind of like hops towards you. She's bound and she's just like hopping.
And I don't know how far I moved, but if I can move back away, I will move back away as well.
You moved 10. You can move back into the bush.
Yep.
No problem.
Sure. Cool.
Okay. That brings up Mirren, who's just, this dude's just like cranking on this crossbow, like he sees like a drow coming out.
On my side, pull a pair of manacles and say, "You don't have to die today." And if he success enough.
Okay.
And if not, then
You can intimidate or persuade.
definitely intimidation. So
Okay, shoot. Come on, stop rolling 20s, Tim.
15.
And he's just like, he just drops us. He's just like, oh, they captured my village. It's the many arrow tribe. What was I supposed to do?
So cut that. He's in that
I only had one beer.
For a friend.
And things grow quiet, dark. You're kind of alive. Flynn, the woman's just hopping towards you. Hop, hop, hop.
Hip hop, hip, 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 hip hop. Hip hop, no? Yeah, so I pull up the dagger and like cut a bar on you.
See him.
Like, did you look what you said?
Yes. Are you gonna hurt me? I don't know what happened. There was the dragon. The dragon came. No, there's so many orcs. And she just starts like hysterical.
That's good. Can somebody deal better with this emotional damage than I can?
Emotional damage. Yeah.
I turn to Flynn and say, "You're supposed to be good with feelings."
You guys can take an overall short rest as you unpack this. As you guys start feeling really tired, we'll take a short rest. During a short rest, we'll take a break, and we'll be back in 10 minutes.
Sounds good.
That scared me. It scared me with Dark on that one. I was like, yeah. So that's all, for all intents and purposes, everybody's first combat, right? In life. Some of you went fully unconscious, were healed, and you watch the wounds, stitch back up and normal pecs and chest hair, and you're like, oh, I was out there for a second. You, like Mirren, you never, you grew up in a pretty hostile environment with Drow, with the matriarchy and stuff, but that bolt that got, that came at you, you felt that, and you saw that in kind of slow motion. Dark, you'll remember seeing all the arrows tattooed up and down the forearm of that guy that hit you with the battle axe, and he's like no arm, just like laying there, his tongue hanging out with his teeth, out. The woman over the short rest, which you guys all took a short rest, so do however you like in that. You can, what did we say? There, you can take the average, or you can roll for it. Is that what we decided, Pete?
No, that's when you level up.
Yeah.
So on hit dice, you got to roll.
Yes, right. Yep, you have to roll for the.
Also, question: when obviously we killed these orcs, we got that. During the short rest, anything that's made of metal, I want to collect. So axes, anything no one's going to be using, because I'm all for them reusing stuff. But if it's orc quality metal, I'm just basically collecting it all and chucking it in my backpack.
So
if you could just let me know.
Don't worry about your weight.
So
I'm a dwarf. Weight doesn't matter for a dwarf. I move 25 feet, no matter what.
2 of these guys are just asleep.
What's that, Blandino?
So 2 of these guys are just asleep. They're not dead.
Yeah, for a minute, but so the orc, right? You put him to sleep?
Yeah, so the orc was asleep.
Do you guys wanna bind him, or?
Yeah, I mean, we're not gonna. I wouldn't suggest we leave him.
Anybody want to bind this guy, or just let him wake up?
Yeah.
Or
Tie them up. Tie them all up.
All right, so the 3 of them are kind of tied up there. I'm not gonna make you roll for that, but they're kind of chilling there. There's a fire going already, with like Shrek eyeball stew or whatever. They were eating a fox that you see like a discarded pelt off to the side.
So
stew of brewing.
Just a quick question: was it just like a great axe and 2 axes they had?
There's the 2 crossbows.
Does anybody want any crossbows?
No.
Let's see. The 2 light crossbows, 2 scimitars, 2 great axes, and 2 javelins. Not to include the javelin that you shot off to the side.
But I want that back.
Yep, you got it. Yep, so you got your javelin back. So you guys can collect great axes and stuff like that if you want.
Did they have any?
Does anybody want the javelins at all?
Just look for
How many was it? No,
2.
I'll take them and I'll take the javelin.
2 sets of hide armor on the orcs, but they're, they've got like symbols of like a circle with arrows kind of in it. Looks like, you don't want to wear like MC 1%. You don't want like a, you know what I mean? Like wear a ace of spades on the side of your neck or something. Someone would be like, hey, I don't think you're part of our club, bro. Yeah.
So just a heads up, just so as people are aware of what I'm doing, when I go up a level, if I ever go up a level we don't die, I'm collecting all this metal to be able to sort of I can turn them into ingots to be able to make items out of, so I can do stuff and just with my blessing.
Belt buckles and stuff like that. So you gather like, 2 buckles if you want to cut the leather off, their belts.
Yeah.
You do that as well. If anybody wants, there's a collective of 10 bolts for crossbows.
Have they got any money on them as well? Anything
Yep.
like that? Is there any like sort of coinage?
Yep. Amongst
On that
all
note-
of them, you have 6 copper and 4 silver pieces.
Who wants to do the party gold?
Guess I'm being generous.
Well, I mean, if you're an individual paying per month,
You saved a damsel, you know.
Okay, I'll keep a tab of some stuff then.
Okay.
So what's that? How much was it again? Sorry.
Six copper, 4 silver.
And it was all on one orc. The one that was like holding, he had it all.
Sorry, how much silver again? I'm typing this. I'm doing it.
4 silver.
4. Cool. Got that now. Got all that. Thank you. I'll keep the bank and of any useful items and stuff. I'll like that. So I'll keep it for you guys.
I speak Orcish.
Oh.
So I'm just going to pop a squat right in front of this orc and stare at him until he wakes
Okay.
up. Until he wakes up.
He just.
And in Orcish, I'm going to say, "What were you
Is this
doing with
stereotypical
this
North
lady?"
kind of?
Yeah. What were you doing with
Okay.
this lady here? In Orcish.
We're gonna, take her back to Leylon.
He kind of like looks around.
Why would you take her back to Leylon?
She seems like she was in distress.
Oh, she was in that. So you bound her up. That makes a lot of sense.
Type check. I also understand orc.
Yeah. You roll higher than a 1, he's lying. Yeah.
That's a 19.
19. Yeah, he's not telling the truth. He's not being very truthful at all.
I punch him in the face.
Okay.
The Mediero tribe will come looking for you.
I'll tell him. In Orcish, I was like,
Conventions, bro.
you would be smart not to come after us. Or the Mini Arrows tribe will experience more of this.
And you'll never see me again. Wink.
Or we could bring you back to Phandalin and let them do whatever they want to you. What is the Mini Arrows tribe doing here?
Free before the night's over.
I'm going to cast Minor Illusion and just play a loud ringing sound next to his head. And just keep that going. And then I'm going to walk away from him and go talk to Gano.
There's like a bandit, like right next to him, like looking away. You know, like. Okay.
So, as you said about the Many Arrows tribe, has anybody ever heard of the Many Arrows tribe before?
I'm not from here.
That news down south.
We don't talk about Yeah, no.
No, that's
You can do a history check, or I'd say
Okay, here's history check.
or
History check of 19.
So the Many Arrows tribe used to be very prominent in this area before, Phandalin and Leylon and the Tribor Road kind of built up a little bit, and they should be from the Sword Mountains, like in the Sword Mountains. But this is very far away from where they're normally from.
So is this
Just checking.
pre or post the agreement? Is this pre or post the agreement between Brimore and the Linear?
Post.
So, crossbowman is a chieftain. Correct. No.
Yep. It's a dude.
Okay.
Yep.
So,
And you can see that he's got like a hide armor as well, like a pieces of it, and it's got like a circle with arrows on it as well.
so let's see, or ask him if his story about his family being held hostage was true, and if he needs assistance, or what that is. Let's see.
I don't know. If he's wearing the armor.
I mean, the band's like, put this on.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it could still be holding to that. So he'd be trying to persuade and, well, I guess I'm asking this, so.
Yeah. He's using charisma, on him.
So,
Yeah.
hey, man.
They're like, hey,
You know, need some help?
hey. Yeah. He's kind of, I just kind of, they put this uniform on me, they took my family, and you really got to get me away from these guys.
We'll get you.
Let's see how he charisma's back, and he's lying really bad. And the other orc is just like, coward, in orcish next to him. It's the best orc I can do.
I do like this.
Okay, it adds to it.
That's great.
I'm very cheap cosplay.
Unless with the orc that's still alive, I'm literally gonna grab one of his tusks, hold him into me. Like, you're gonna tell me where the rest of your friends are, so we can avoid them, or else they're gonna run into the stink with you. Now you better listen, then you better start talking fast and
Okay.
lying into your two front teeth.
Intimidation check. Go for it.
Yeah, it's a 15, sir.
Total 15? And he's just like, tell me now. I've got nothing to say to you. The many heroes tribe will rule. There's like he rolled a little bit higher than you on his words. I got a lot of resolve here.
Booger in his mouth.
Oh, wow. You're so dead, bro. You're totally dead. Yeah. It's really not going anywhere. You know what I mean?
We figured, or anyone figured out that this is Geno that we were looking for?
It looks like this isn't like a real strong part of the plot. Like this is more of the batter's box to, you know what I mean, to before home plate. But like you kind of, it looks like it seems like a chance encounter.
And then, right in Orcish, I lost to a musician and hang him on the guy's neck.
Okay.
I put it in front of him so he can read it.
Yeah.
Hanging on his neck and like, what are we here?
He just kind of gives you this, like, he just gets real quiet, kind of stares at you.
As you're,
Wait.
I turn to Flynn and go, why are we leaving him?
I'm taking this guy here to Phandalin or wherever we're stopping next.
Oh, you hear him like, oh, I'm from Leylon.
Doesn't matter, nobody's in Leylon right now. There are no authorities.
Let's take the orc and this guy to Flandrin, because I'm not leaving the orc here.
Years, Pete. Flandrin.
I'm never going to get it right. So.
I love it. I love Flandrin. It's so great.
You're right. You know what?
It never
It's Flandrin.
It never gets old, Flandrin.
That's it. You win.
How do you pronounce it? Come on.
Phandalin.
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 Like a Phandalin.
Phandalin.
Phandolin.
Yep.
Phandalin.
It's
It
Flandrin.
doesn't work. Sorry.
I love it.
It's like we're going to
So
Flanders.
you got them all bound up, and you're moving
And just to
them.
let people, just to let anybody know, and this is the reason why Tim's running this area and not me, because I couldn't pronounce the name.
So the damsel, is she going to the same town as us, or she need to go somewhere else? So
She can come with you. She just wants to give word. She kind of indicates that she's got a boyfriend in Phandalin, and she just wanted to get. That's why she kind of ran off to go tell him when the dragon attacked.
As you like undid her arms, she's like, I have a boyfriend.
Oh,
Yes, that happens. I've got a boyfriend. As soon as you walked up, she said,
It's just, well, I wasn't looking.
yeah. Sorry, it's just a bunch of men on camera right now. Chris is gonna come screaming in here in a little bit. They're like, stop portraying. Yeah. Yeah, as soon as you walked up though, she's like, I've got a boyfriend. Thanks. I like that. Well done.
you can change your own tire and walk off.
Well done. Followers. So short rest. You guys know the rules. And so do I.
I gained
So
a
you just
spell
roll
slot.
your-
I gained a spell slot back.
Okay. Boop. Oh, nice. More sleep. Well, that's a dangerous spell.
I wish
Should have read that
I
one.
wish I could do that. I can't get
Notice all my
myself that way.
parties are going to be 20 feet apart from each other from here on out. The goblins move in 20-foot skirmisher formation. We call it the anti-Skylar. Just kidding. Not kidding.
Hey,
But,
I didn't cast a
everybody
single
did the
damage
short rest?
spell.
All right. You guys get back on the road. You've got 2 prisoners, and you can move up. Maybe 2.5, 3 hours later, you see a sign that's like Phandalin, Pion. Grab my book, because now we begin. What is it called? The Dragon of Icefire Peak.
It's called Phandalin.
Flandrin.
How is it spelled on the board?
Phandalin.
Me. Nestled in the rocky foothills of the snow-capped Sword Mountains is the odd picture of an empty-looking town that appears to be booming. I gotta read my own handwriting now, so this is gonna be bad. As you near the outer wooden palisade that encircles the growing town, you see a large field, completely matted, as if a large festival had just finished. Entering the open gate, a lone guard nods from a 40-foot wooden tower and looks to the east. And kind of gives you a point. And he yells, "The Stonehill Inn is open, friends. Welcome." And he kind of like does this with his eyes, and it looks forward over your guys' head. You peer in and you see several businesses around a circle within the town, and well. But oddly, most have significant scarring and ruin from a recent battle, maybe? The town has a modest population of farmers, miners, blacksmiths, traders, prospectors, and children running around. You see an old spearman standing next to what looks to be like a board with various like papers written on it, and a large stone building looks well crafted behind him. As you guys like walk forward, you see walk into the town, you see a business off to your right that looks kind of brand new paint over a board that looks like a white wheel, like a white wagon wheel. Beyond that is another business that has the word mine and an X that's hanging and dangling. And you see a scarring on the roof, a hole, and you see a woman kind of with a hammer and nail on the top of it kind of look off to you guys and continues banging a hammer. To the left is a large 2-story tavern with a balcony on the top with like beads and various like festival accoutrement around it, but it looks like the Mardi Gras was a few days ago. You can see large double doors in this modified tavern of the Stonehill Inn. As you look in, you can see empty seats and maybe one person kind of scrubbing a quiet tavern and inn. Off to the left, you see a pretty decent sized church, a stone church, and it's got an eclectic amount of various religious symbols on it. You see two different kind of sets of scales. You see the sun rising in one paned window, and then there's a part where like some of the stained glass is broken from recent damage. And to the left, as you're circling in this traffic circle, you see a like a small building. It's not ladybugs, but it looks like a wooden, maybe coffee shop, and it's got a white, looks like a turtle shell on it, with like painted a tricorn hat with antlers on top of it. You look inside of this thing, and it looks also abandoned. Beyond the town, you can see a looming what looks like a fortress with like a pointed, rocky demi-lune, but it's kind of looks a little bit dilapidated and battle damaged. There's probably 20 to 30 random houses and farms and things like that there. But you're kind of drawn to a corner that seems to be most used in the town, where the Stonehill Inn reaches what looks like maybe the mayor's house or something like that, and the classic job board kind of in the center, with a crusty old spearman that looks like he probably, you know, is, and I don't want to say Schmational Guard, but you know what I mean, but he was not called up for the Well of Dragons, you know what I mean? Like he's just kind of stepping in, you know, for the time. Love you, National Guard, but no hate. Active duty all the way. But so there you guys are as you arrive into the center of town. Kids, there's like a token, you know, kid with a stick and a wheel, like, and like kind of goes by you and slaps the wheel with a stick and kind of runs off, you know, down the street.
So I'll approach the spearman near the board and ask him if he can point me to the constable or whoever is the law official in the town, so I can on you two up on him.
He's like, well, it used to be Meister Harvin, and then he got fired, and then it was Sildar, and well, he was burnt by a dragon. Darren then stepped in. He was a paladin, but he went to the Well of Dragons. Yep. Yeah. I'm just Clive. The name's just Clive.
Just Clive. I like that.
Toblin's inside. He runs the Stonehill Inn. He's been here the longest, but I think Darthag's been running the town. He started this new business from across the street. It used to be the Lion Coster, but now it's called the White Wheel, and they do pretty good business from here to Tribor. He kind of stepped up, and you know, he's like the de facto Meister of Flandrin, as we call it now. It used to be Phandalin, but as you know, the vernacular has changed over the years. Flandrin, you know, that's kind of what we call it. He's like spits, and he's like, "Would you like a Zin? Anybody?"
Wow, that was. Do you just sit here and deliver exposition? Or...
Yeah.
Hey guys, I'm gonna go there, see if we can get some cash.
Just so I know, what was the guy's name for this? Who ran the Stonehill Inn again?
It's Toblin.
Toblin runs the Stonehill Inn. He's been here for a long time. But if you were looking for the de facto kind of leader, Darthag Olgar, he's been making the decisions as of late, and he's over out what's called the White Wheel. That's that new business down the street. Ding! He spits. That's mine. You know, so he got yeah. He's got what's called like Diet Coke. You know what I mean? And he spits it.
So as he's answered those, he's answered obviously Miriam's questions. Well, he hasn't. So Puent walks up and said, You were asked a simple question. Where do we take these guys?
Oh. I can lock them up in here. What are they? Are you guys
Perfect.
bad? I can't just lock people up. I can't kidnap people for you.
Many arrows, essentially.
Oh, his face goes like, he's like, yeah. Well, thank you very much. When Darthag gets back, he'll probably give you a reward for that. Well, hey, big man, you want to help me lock him up on the inside?
Do that and then take my manacles back on certain stuff.
All right, yeah, you go in and like as soon as the door opens, you walk down just like a couple feet. You go down the stairs. You can tell like it's a modified wine cellar, and they had built like a bit of a cast iron cage and locks them up and kind of talks to you like, well, what are we going down? Well, with dragons with everybody else. Seem like pretty strapping dude. What doing around here?
Business elsewhere. Going up north.
Want some Darth Vader?
Business.
Oh, cool. Tight.
And we are going down south with the...
I'm 82 this year. I can make it to that whole watchtower and probably kirk out.
He'd be an adventure, but he took an arrow in the knee.
Yep, yeah. I would have been a SEAL, you know what I mean? But, I decided not to be. Yeah. That's the old job board. This is the town. That's old Toblin. He's in there.
As I turn to the rest of the group and go, hang on, is it just Clive actually? Just Clive?
Oh, JC.
JC. Okay, JC. Where's the obelisk?
Who?
That's what we got sent here for. We got sent here to investigate the obelisk. But
No, I was here, sir.
black, all I know is black onyx.
An obelisk. It's not like. What's an obelisk?
I sit there and I'm like,
I walk up and I go, "Sir, I know you're a simple man."
Hey, we had a cave near here where everybody got froze to stone. Them obelisks be running around and looking people in the eye and freezing them. No, they killed them. The Duchy of Skyreach, they killed all them obelisks running around.
no. Obelisks made of stone.
No, I'm not trying to be a smart ass.
Yeah.
I like the party.
Yeah.
But this dude is nothing going on here.
Basically, small. It's, all I say is probably that sort of wide, by that sort of wide, really tall, shiny black metal, shiny black stone,
Oh.
like a pillar.
No, none here in Phandalin itself. No, but there's a ranger that lives near around here. Well, old Darthag might help you out. There's a ranger that lives nearby named Falcon. You probably know. He doesn't come into town. A ranger named Falcon, right? Come on, how hackneyed is that? Get with it. Call him like David or something. Falcon. When he says Falcon in the background here, like a raven does raven things. Sorry, I digress. One Coors.
Where?
We've derailed.
Which way Falcons? Live?
I don't know. I'll be honest with you. I stay in town. He comes in once a quarter, as they say.
How many fortnights does he take to get here?
Comes in right before winter to store up. He either goes to the Lion Coster to grab some stuff, or I wouldn't go to Minex. Those guys are real pricks. Yeah. They're like corporate.
I point to the other. Obviously, the person's up fixing the sign to the mine. And go, what's that about, JC?
A huge ass dragon. I was here for, and that's why I'm kind of just taking a little bit of time off. from the war. Well, shooting fire over everything hits that store. It was a real big store. It used to take all its supplies and whatnot from this mine nearby called Wave Echo Caves. A bunch of dwarves built something, then mine flayers showed up and blah, blah, blah. We sealed it off. But anyways, once that money dried up, Minex is gone.
You're saying these words of mind flare. Do we have any idea what you're talking about?
They work with them obelisks that you were talking about. Mine flayers came in and they real pickled our minds. I thought I was a pig for like 2 weeks. It was bizarre. But the mine flayers came in, they brought them obelisks that you're talking about, and they froze everybody solid. But the Duchy of Skyreach showed up and made things better. It was about 2-3 weeks ago.
I just turn to the party and go,
You can talk to this
Anybody?
NPC all day long if you want to. Wait, was that the DM saying that? Or was that the...
I shall go. Can we have a... What we go? We're just look for the...
Look, guy, I just stand here and I point to the sign. People
That's
coming in
fine.
town, I point to the sign.
You keep pointing to the sign. I'm talking to my mates in a minute. 2 seconds. Just chill.
Okay. I'm like right here.
And I just turn my back on him. And I'm like, right. We've been sent here to see the obelisk. There's no obelisk around. Why? Why have we been sent here? We thought we'd do something important. I can't even find the obelisk.
Clyde just doesn't even know what opera.
I think my bar thinks bar.
Then we talk to Darthag. We'll get to the bottom of it. If there's anything troubling the town, maybe they thought it was an obelisk and it's not an obelisk. Maybe if they...
Yeah. We could always...
much harder.
If he's not around at the moment...
Clyde doesn't leave town.
If he's not around... That's fair. If he's not around, we could always talk to Toblin. He must be around in the inn.
Innkeeper probably gets...
And as the bard wants to go and get drunk.
Well, we do need a place to stay for the night anyway, so we'll settle that and then we can go either gather info here or Darthag.
Yeah.
Before we go, is it worth just, whilst we're here, just have a look at the board and see what's on it?
Darthag, you hear the guy behind you. Like, do you mind if I interrupt? Nah, you guys got this.
Go on.
You guys got it. Oh, you're good.
I look at the board.
You looking at the board?
Yeah.
Well, you see 3 pieces of paper, good sir.
The drawings, have you seen this?
There's 3 different ones, and I'll read them to you. And then if you need me to send them to you, I can send them to you later on. But the first one you see, dwarf prospectors found ancient dwarven ruins in the mountains southwest of here, and have been working in archaeological digs seeking treasures and relics. They need to be warned that a white dragon has moved into the area. Take the warning to them, then return to Clive, who will offer you 50 gold pieces. Who will pass you 50 gold pieces. Signed DU, Delta uniform. The second one. Are you guys ready? A clan of reclusive rock gnomes resides in a small network of caves in the mountains to the southeast. The gnomes of Gnome Garden are known for their magical inventions, and they might have something with which to defeat the dragon. Get whatever you can from them. If you bring back something useful and don't want to keep it for yourselves, Townmaster, Clive will give you 50 gold pieces for it. Signed, DU. Number 3.
So basically, just a question on that one. I mean, so basically is go there, find something. If we don't want to keep it, we get 50 gold. If we want to keep it, we don't get anything for it.
Correct. Number 3. The local midwife, an acolyte of Shantea named Adabra Gwyn lives by herself in a stone windmill on the side of a hill a few miles south of Phandalin. White dragon sightings becoming more common. It's not safe for her to be alone. Urge Adabra to return to Phandalin. Once she's safe, visit old Clive.
Just thought.
I reckon it's 50 gold. And
He'll give you a reward of 25 gold. Signed DU. All of them are signed DU.
I reckon that's Darthag.
Dark bag, Olgar. Alright.
Oh, you guys are reading the sign. Good choice. Good choice.
Thank you, JC.
Oh. Yeah.
Well, if any of these areas would have the obelisk, it'd probably be this dwarf prospect being the other one that just informing people to go somewhere. But, yeah.
Well, and to be honest, we go to the dwarf ruins, we see dwarf prospectors, tell them about a white dragon. We come back and we get 50 gold. To be fair, how hard can you get?
Yeah.
We want to get big do this anyway.
Side quest, main quest.
Never know. In the book.
So,
Well, Flynn, you want to go to the inn though, didn't you? You actually probably already in the inn, Flynn.
Oh, you're already
You
in?
guys literally got started doing what Flynn was like walking.
There's a red-haired girl, and she's got a, a big towel, and she's kind of mopping up nothing. And it seems like she's just changing out a salt shaker, checking the salt shakers, and they're full, but red hair, braided all the way down to the lower part of her back, green dress, same apron all the way up, and from about 30-40 feet to the back is a long bar. You look up and there is like an a rail above you where people can also have private seating, and along the edges are some private seating as well. It looks like this place itself is booming when the mine started booming, but it looks deadly quiet. As soon as you walk in, you hear, "Hello! Welcome to the Stonehill Inn. Come in!" And just starts he's like, "Honey, we have guests!" And it just echoes. It just it echoes in the wall from this acoustics in the place.
To see if you needed a bar, somebody to play. And then
Yes.
we can barter, or I get a free night and food, or you pay me. Either way, win.
You kind of do a perception check.
Yeah, it's 20 plus.
There's nobody here. You wouldn't be paying for anybody. Yeah, he's like,
Well, you guys clearly had a party a couple of days ago.
yeah, it was kind of a send-off thing, and then a whole dragon ruined it. And well, yep, maybe in a couple months when the war's over, we'll pick it back up again. What are you guys doing here?
Me? I got a bunch of guys talking to Just Clyde. Apparently, he took an arrow into me and couldn't do anything. Talked about dragons, and so you don't need a bar.
Well, if you're gonna play for your friends tonight, that's gonna be uplifting. I could probably. You want a room for the night? I'll comp you a room. We need some guests. But, if you could just not tell your friends I'm comping rooms, that'd be fantastic.
No, that's fine.
Yeah.
I've only been traveling with them.
Okay. You gotta make some money.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, he's like, there's literally a stage over there. And he's like, there was a band from Barovia that were over there not too long ago.
Never heard it. I just go.
Yeah. They're pretty good. Let's see. Mirren, you're chilling. Kodal, what you got going on? It is getting Like the sun's starting to come down. You guys are starting to get tired. Like maybe tomorrow's, or like it is time to get a rest, a long rest.
So I'm gonna go up to the innkeeper and grab probably a pint and maybe some food.
Okay.
See if I can just pick up on anything that they're talking about, or if they're just happy and stoked to see it.
Yep. He's like, hey, look, you know, a silver piece. He's like, we'll comp you a good, or we'll get you a good room. He's like, but honestly, so we're not getting a lot of comfort or a lot of like folks. He's like, Anna, they whisper. It's like, amongst all of you, honestly, 2 gold pieces and we'll put you up for the night.
Great. Sound good?
That converts not that many of us for one silver would be a good night, but then 2 gold for...
Yeah, I was doing mental math. He's like, I was talking out loud. You weren't supposed to be hearing me and Anna talk. Yeah. Like 2 silver a piece. You know what I mean? Yeah, just, he's like, 2 gold pieces. Guys are good for the evening. I'll set you guys up with a nice meal. And we have a bard that's playing that I found, and...
You mean our bard?
A long rest, and he's like, honestly, that'll keep you for at least 2-3 nights.
Okay.
Yeah, I do 3 nights. That's
Everybody else?
2 nights. 2 nights, 2 gold pieces. Sounds good.
Yeah, let's get that.
How much are you paying for your room? There, you can see it?
Yeah, it's same. Almost.
Cool. All right.
So
Boy,
is
you
that
got
2
ripped
gold
off.
pieces for the whole party?
Say what? Yep, for the whole
2
party.
gold pieces for the whole.
Yep. I'm trying to do
Like,
finances in forgotten 2 gold pieces a lot, right? So
it's nice the bard's paying for us anyway, because obviously he came in here first and arranged it all.
why don't you get the door? Thanks. It's probably kids trying to like, they
I
probably
think-
kicked a ball into the backyard that shouldn't really the...
Dark, I think they missed that one, did you?
What's that?
Just to say yeah, it'll be fine.
Yes. No.
Perfect. Right.
Yeah. Do you guys want to take your long rest? Is there anything you guys want to do in the town before it becomes like dark?
I just need to take a bath.
I want to go
Can
to
I take
the.
a bath?
Yeah.
A proper
Was
bath?
kids.
It's been like 2 weeks.
And don't we know it?
Yes. Yes, there's bath. Kids? Patty? Yeah. Nice. They'll sit there and pound on the door for like 2 straight hours. They don't, yeah, it's interesting. They're like, they're in there. I know they're in there.
We got
I
ours.
can't wait to stop
Yeah.
by.
Bang the door loud?
Yeah, I did. Well, bang louder.
The dogs are in there. Yeah. Okay, sorry, that was distracting. What, everybody just gonna go hunker down for the night, take baths. Blandina's gonna take a bath. Point, what do you want to do? Thinking hard. He's spiraling. Flynn, what do you want to do? You're gonna play music and
I'll just play some music and then I don't know if there's other people who actually are in the town who come to the bar, but
so no. Yeah, it remains empty throughout the evening, and it's kind of like echoey when you guys are in there, almost to the point of like uncomfortable. You guys are just, you were like hoping for something, but the town just like emptied out.
Once all of them are kind of like done, because they probably heard me, make a couple mistakes. Oh no, not switch. I'll just go up to the barkeep and be like, all right, well, you need to survive a long winter, so I'm just gonna slide a piece of gold over the way.
He's like, man, that's pretty nice. And he's just, you know, he kind of like looks down and he's like, once again, the orcs have come down from the mountains to prey on the lowlands. If Neverwinter doesn't, you know, send help soon, the orcs are gonna overrun Flandrin and destroy everything that we've worked so hard for. Oh, I like the stormtrooper.
When was the last?
Thanks, been wearing it all day.
They just been hitting the Tribor Road, you know, 2 or 3 days ago. Some folks that were trying to leave here had to come back because they saw orc activity on the T intersection heading towards Leylon, and they just turned around. They saw a group they said about a dozen orcs just running around all orking. Yeah, doing orc stuff. You're talking like this. Yeah.
Why is it on the board for Darth Lake?
For what? The orcs? Oh. Well, because well, I'm assuming. Wait, is Darthag sympathetic to the orcs? No, there were sightings of a white dragon, and that thing can move around real fast. And we're trying to hunker down into the city, the town. It's not a city. Into the village. Very desolate. 20 houses. Not too many dudes.
When the people left here, how long ago was that? When you guys did?
We'll say, I don't know, 2 weeks ago, maybe. There was a large tent out there, and
I assume that people passed, like, came from other places, passed through here, partied, and then continued on, correct?
well, this was like the last refuge when the cultists started picking up, and when the dragon arrived, a lot of folks, you know, they thought this place was secure, and once the dragon arrived, they kind of just migrated south.
Just things like this is like the end of the road, cul-de-sac of roads.
Tribor heads farther, about 60 miles to the west. That's the next kind of big town. But
When anybody was coming through, did they mention something about outside of the dragon and the works about something like the weird obelisk or anything like that?
I don't know where. I mean, there's a lot of things in this area. Been here for a while. I have not tracking weird obelisks. There's I don't know where it's at, and I've never been there before, but there is some sort of like a druidic circle somewhere around here that I can only assume. You know, that's probably where you're talking about. There was an obelisk that was put out. I'm not much of a historian.
I mean, I'm just still trying to learn the area. So, from your town, if I want to go to that druid circle, check it out, where do I go?
I'm not sure if anybody did know where it's at. It was probably Falcon, right? I don't leave town. You could tell he's a bit of a city guy. He's like, I couldn't tell you where he's at. He probably doesn't like anybody to know where he lives. I know he lives in a lodge or maybe a woodland manse, I think is the chapter. Yeah.
He doesn't come in here and then just sit creepily in a corner smoking a pipe.
You know? Yeah. Strider, I think they call him. But yeah, he comes in and he leers and lurks a bit. He grabs his, winter equipment and then he kind of leaves. We did have a guy that showed up in town. Darthag has kind of really stepped up since everybody's been gone. He wasn't a merchant. He was a merchant, but I just think he's a go-getter and he wants what's best for the town. But yeah.
That's a good thing. Yeah, somebody who steps up. Is Darthag, is he the one who sells like supplies and stuff so that if we need to
keep heading in, or to try and take care of these dragons or anything like that?
Yeah.
Would I pick up rations and stuff from him, or do I?
Yeah, he's right across the street at the White Wheel. It's a brand new establishment. They actually just moved all their stuff in about probably like 2 weeks ago.
You guys have like a local discount or something I might be able to get my hands on?
I mean, you build your renown around here, maybe, but I think, eating for free and stuff, oh, buddy, pretty good.
Yeah, free. Okay.
Yeah. Oh, that's right, because you bargained with him. I forgot. I'm sorry. My memory only works so long. So the White Wheel is like, it's got several. It's not Phandalin based. It's out of Tribor. So I don't know if they'll give you discounts. You'll have to deal with them.
As I'll talk to Toblin as well and sort of go. These jobs on the board, there's one to do with dwarven ruins, one to do with gnome garden, and one to do with a windmill that a Cadabra Quinn is in. Do you know where they are roughly? Could you sort of point us in the right direction?
Yeah, he can
we
point
really
you.
don't know.
Yep. He's like, I know where Gundren and Nundro are excavating. Yes, they are like the patrons of our town financially.
Who are those names?
Gundren and Nundro. They're two brothers. They're dwarves, and they were the ones that opened up the Wave Echo Cave, and they moved off to excavate more sites.
Oh. Interesting. So how far away is these dwarven ruins?
Oh, and he lays it out. About a half a day travel, easy. Not even a short rest. You know what I mean? Like right there, easy peasy. You look at the map, and it's just like right outside of the white dot. It's like seems like right there.
So we could get there and back in a day, because obviously we only got to go there, give them a drink, have a little chat, say watch out for White Dragon, come back, 50 gold.
Piece of cake, easy peasy. Shouldn't be any problems whatsoever.
I literally think, but I'm like that. Yeah, easy peasy.
Yeah, it's Dungeons and Dragons. Toblin says. What could go wrong?
Look, when you say you're gonna do something,
That's a lot of
dwarfs.
gold for.
Yeah, there's dwarfs involved. They're there. They're that far. I can't see that. Yeah, just they're back 50 gold. I see this as quite a straightforward thing.
He's just doing the NPC bartender. He's just wiping, just constant bar wiping.
And I think he's a spot, and then I walk off.
He's like, ha ha. Pork face. Well, you guys gonna take a long rest? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I won't go into what you all do tonight because it's definitely your first bed that you get to sleep in. There were enough rooms for all of you. There's nobody staying overnight except for some dude in a blue helmet with red eyes, and the blue helmet has wings on the side. I'm just kidding. And he's looking for point. Yeah, I'm here for point. But you guys, you take your bath, you do all the things that a normal, five-star, hotel would have in Faerun. It's a pretty uppity place. There's two maids that kind of walk around and they change out your sheets and towels and stuff like that as your requests. It tells you, there's continental breakfast served at 8 o'clock in the morning and bids you guys adieu. Good night. You guys wake in the morning to the cockle-doodle-dooing of Flandrin. You guys all come down. You gather for whatever. You guys are having your muffins. Somebody's having orange juice. Someone's having the Pike's Place. Or the Shellbucks, Cthulhu's Revenge. There's a little, decanter or whatever for the coffee, and what would you guys like to do in the morrow?
Heineken's an explorer. He's gonna want to go check it out. All the things.
And do all the thing?
Yeah, I want to go look at everything.
Okay. If you want to look at the town? Yep.
Yeah.
You see all the businesses. You find another business down the street called Barthan's Provisions, but it looks like mining equipment that's everywhere. Then you see, same lady banging hammers early in the morning on her Minex business, and it's just very quiet.
Are there
people on the ground and stuff like that?
Heineken is a jeweler part-time, so he's interested in anything that might lend itself to that.
Okay. Yeah, the various quests, Dwarven Expedition, that they're about, jewels. That Gnome Garden, gnomes love things like that, but I didn't make you do a history or survival check on that. I just gave that to you for free. Oopsie.
Corzy.
You wanted to look nice so you feel better?
Yeah. You
19.
Yeah. But other than that, you guys are kind of sitting around. What direction do you guys think you guys want to take?
Let's get to Darthdale. So that's where I'll be going. If anyone else wants to join,
Okay.
just speak to Dartbag, get the gist of these 3 notices,
Okay.
and then ask in addition about the
Okay.
problem.
So you walk across to the white wheel. You see a large prominent sign above the doorway with a depiction of a white wagon wheel. Upon closer inspection, the spokes appear to be 4 crossbows pointing to the outside. You walk in, the door opens easily. There's already someone standing behind the desk. You see that they're wearing a white cowl, and good morning, sir. How can I help you?
How you doing? I'm looking for a Dartbag. Oh God.
Dartbag?
Find them?
So I'm sure you're tracking. There's a white dragon around. Darthag took it upon himself. He's a good man to go around the local area and try to bring people in and investigate what's going on. So he's been out for at least 2 or 3 nights. He can usually make it several days on his own. He helped me create this business. He actually hired me. Very intuitive guy. He's been gone for a little bit. He might be gone for several more days.
Do you happen to know where Falcon stays?
He stays at a Woodland Manse.
Okay.
If you want me to read it for canon, yeah. You asked a question that gets a statement. Falcon's Hunting Lodge is the only safe haven in Neverwinter, as she says. It lies deep in the forest along a river's edge, and wealthy nobles venture there to hunt while under Falcon's protection. Falcon is a retired veteran of many wars, and it's said he'll offer free room and board to anyone who brings him a bottle of wine.
Sick.
Tight. Cool.
Where?
Yeah. She stands there. But she's glowing, and you can push another button. Do you want to ask another question? She's just like...
We can wait around for...
It's days, days.
Yeah.
She's like, I sell weapons, adventuring gear, and things like that. And if you're interested. I no, but Toblin does.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think our best bet might be to go find Falcon. I don't know how we would go.
His vacation still seems somewhere.
Every time you say Falcon, I'm supposed to go in the background to make it more.
Wait, that's for us, just walk and say, look. Okay. On the off chance that we don't know what Falcon is, and she doesn't, Darthag very well may. So instead of waiting here for him to get in his good graces, we could finish one of these quests, get back Have a good time.
Leave him a message.
He'll leave town and come back. That may be the best bet is solve one of his issues, which takes him off his plate,
Yeah.
and then
All right.
have to bring that back to the masses, see what they think. Yeah.
What
Send them a note saying
Inspiration.
we're on a quest for the Duchess guy. Please don't leave before we get back. Yeah.
Oh, you leaving a message?
Yeah. Love.
Okay. Oh, yeah. If you guys wanna, she's like, I'm Linnane. Just she shakes your hand. Linnane Greywind or some shit. But anyways, very NPC, lowercase NPC. Like she's like, Linnane. I'll let him know that you're here. Honestly, what brings you to town?
Because I'm sensing danger and I also don't trust people. See if she's a little too interested or if she's just doing the rounds. So
We'll just do an extra NPC thing.
investigation, get 19 to see if she's
Seems legit.
unsure.
Yeah, seems legit.
It's just
For now.
It's just here, doesn't it?
Although you do get the sense that she is collecting. There's 100% she's asking the type of questions that someone who is keeping track of things and probably reporting it to somebody is doing. She doesn't necessarily, like, the white wheel doesn't necessarily, it's running like a normal business, and none of the other businesses are running like a normal business. That's your 19. Like, it's clean here. It's not burnt. This place looks like it was just, Minecraft. Like someone just bought this building after the battle and like pristine building. Yep.
Just heading north right now, trying to solve problems and making things better for the world.
Well, that's good. That's good. I continue doing that. There's a lot of trouble these days, and it's few and far between the people that are here for the better interests of our realms.
I asked her, we recently had a quarrel with the many arrows tribe down the road. There was a human amongst them with a crossbow. Do you have any insight as to why humans would be working with the many arrows tribe?
Cowards. Probably someone who found it in their best interest to not die and decided to join the Many Arrow tribe, as they are, I would presume, being flushed out of the mountains due to the dragon that probably just showed up. I wouldn't want to live in those mountains either.
So is this where Darthag normally resides? Or
Yes, he lives here with me, very platonically. His wife lives in Tribord, but very professional. Not weird at all. No, that's just.
saying that.
There's the story, and then I'm sorry, I'm Tim. I make things weird. I made it weird again. Yeah. It's 2 beds, 2 rooms. Yeah.
So, with that, we'll go, I think we'll grab a bottle of wine in case we just have a cost stopping somewhere.
Yep, Toblin's got wine. I think there's like Barovian vintage. I think there's something called something 9. I don't know. Help me with my Strahd lore, but there is like something number 9, I think it was called, and there's a couple bottles of that, and he's just like, this is Falcon's favorite wine. Sorry.
I'll take a bottle of Mambo number 9 then.
Mambo number 9. It's now canon. That's like Le Mambo. Chateau Le Mambo.
Do you mean like the crush? Oh, was it almost crush something?
Yes. Yes. Something like Red Crush or Grape Crush. I think something like that.
Yeah, sure it was.
I'm looking
Yeah,
it
that
up.
one.
I'm
Crush
looking it up.
Mambo Le Chateau 9. Nerf. I don't French good anymore. Nil.
Yeah, that's it. You had Red Dragon Crush
Huh?
and Purple Grape Mash
Purple grape.
and
Yeah.
Red Dragon Crush was the two normal
Let's
ones.
do Red Dragon Crutch. That's his favorite.
And then there's Champagne de l'Estompe.
That's right.
Yeah, but that's
Whoa, this is bringing back memories. Anyways, we're gonna.
but that's
having
ultra rare. That is. That's ultra
how
rare.
terrible I was back then, but yeah. Yep. Anyways, this will be 2 silver pieces. I'm just making stuff up. Don't come at me later about this. You know, it's 2-ish silver pieces-ish. And expect I'm looking, you know what I mean, a half a gold piece to come out, I suppose. Yeah. Or a gold piece. We'll say it's 1 GP. There we go.
Inflation.
Yeah. Because I know you guys don't have anything less than a gold piece right now. You've got your 10 original gold pieces.
Gold piece.
Yeah, it's like, there you go. Yeah, he can. There you go. What is it? 2 silvers to a gold?
10.
10 silvers to a gold. You guys almost had me. He hands you 5 silver pieces back.
It's 10 gold for platinum. Everything's like 10.
Then he gives you, what was it? We're going to go Red Dragon Crush?
Le Red Dragon.
Le Dragoon? Yeah. L'Imperatrice Dragoon. Yeah.
Alright, so as the other ranger, I'm gonna try and hopefully make first contact, so I'll take the bottle. And
Okay.
Me being a ranger.
You can do like super seal hand signals?
Yeah.
Right.
Exactly. Yeah.
Okay. Cheeseburgers at now. Okay. Exactly. You're using
those.
after, yeah. Oh, sorry. We digress. So what do you guys want to do?
So,
Alright,
Let's go find
to be
Nundrum
honest, out of the
Gundrum.
options we've got here, I think we need to go to the Dwarven Mine, the Dwarven Ruins.
Okay.
Unless anyone's got any better ideas. We don't know where anybody else is.
You guys say table talk. Talk amongst yourselves. I'm a bit perplexed.
Can you talk? Yeah, you talk. Rhode Island is neither Rhode or an island.
Flynn,
Yeah, I'd suggest that we go to Falcon. Get the lay of the land. He's a local ranger.
no one knows who that guy is.
Dude, like, we got a ranger. We can, I don't know, like, fucking, like, do hand and arm signals to nature and we can go.
I'm gonna ask the birds.
I don't know. Rangers do weird crap.
Yeah, so,
thing is, if we don't, my concern is we don't know where anybody is. We don't know where Falcon is. We don't know where that is.
Oh, well, we think.
yeah, so we visited Dark Dag, who's not home. Left a message saying, hey, don't leave until we get back. So hopefully doing a quest will get us in good graces so we can get information from him. Question is, so 2 of these quests are to get individuals to safety because of the White Dragon. The other one's just get an invention to help. Should we split to go tell these 2 people, or groups rather, for safety, or should we just put all in one?
To be honest, we don't know what we're doing yet, and I'm relatively new to this adventure in Lark, and should we really be splitting the party at this point?
I'm fairly confident my abilities can get douche, but if as a stronger as a whole is been telling me.
Imagine, what I gotta look at is imagine what happened earlier with the orcs. If only half of us was there, it would have been a different story.
Depending on what happened. But yes.
Fighting talk.
Yes. Very well. So the door we're going.
Okay. So the sign. I'll read it one more time as you guys take the contract, and you guys start heading in the direction towards the Sword Mountains. Dwarf prospectors found ancient dwarven ruins in the mountains southwest of here. and have been working an archaeological dig, seeking treasures and relics. They need to be warned that there's a white dragon in the area. 50 gold pieces, talk to just 5. Signed, DU. You wake up in the morning, you guys collect your stuff, and you begin moving out. Before you depart.
I will go to the mining provision store and get a pickaxe. Being that I'm going to a place where there's a bunch of rocks around and stuff, maybe necessary.
5 silver.
Probably
I
need to
do
pick up
better.
some rations too.
More rations?
Yes.
Yeah, because we're through 6 days. So that'll be
You go to Barthen's Provisions, and what did we say a week was? 5 gold pieces? 5 gold pieces for a week.
I can hunt some things for us too. We can do some foraging action.
It's day to day.
And to be honest, we're only going, if we're going to them, we're going to these,
Oh, I like this.
we're going to the ruins, we can get there and back in a day. You got to have at least 1 meal on you, Belinda. Yeah?
Can you also
No,
It's
he fed
It's
you.
Blandina.
Fed you.
It's
For 2 days, you
Blandina,
guys are
Clint.
fed.
It's not
Sorry,
Belinda.
Blandina, how much food? Blandina, how much food have you got on you? How much do you need to eat for a day?
Maybe salt and spices though.
Put some spices.
So I will get some salt and spices so I can preserve meat and
Okay.
other things.
Like 1 silver piece. This is just 1 silver piece. They give you some like very nice, like it's a rack of, you know, what you can imagine. There's 5 different spices. Have your fun with it. Salt and pepper.
We're gonna get some. We're gonna need more salt.
More salt in that.
Yeah, like
A pound of salt.
yes.
They can give you a pound of salt for 1 silver piece.
It's like 100 grams of salt going in and like, you know.
Yeah.
So we're gonna be.
So instead of all the spices, you can get for 1 silver
I need-
piece.
I need to be able to. We need sustenance, and the ranger says he needs to make some to be able to feed us. So if he kills any game, he can make jerky. And so then I can write tales about it and include you in these things and how you.
Oh, now we're talking.
So
Okay.
lovely.
I got you.
Quint, if I go hungry, it's your fault.
And these.
You must. How many rations have you got on you? Come on.
I'm sure your boss.
What did we
That's
travel
having
just 6
some
days?
food.
So I got like what, 4 left? 3?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're fine.
Okay.
I mean, this sounds like a pretty solid deal. You know,
Where's the lady?
let me see here. It's not the lady anymore. This is Billy at Barthen's Provisions. Yeah. Sorry, I had to do a quick switch there. So you went down the street. You went to the provision shop.
He's like,
Well, yeah.
many things would be said about you in this wonderful place, and maybe get more business.
Yeah, you're gonna add Billy to one of your songs? That's fantastic. And he's like, I'll tell you what. He's like, we haven't got much business here. If you give me the 1 silver piece for the 1 pound of salt, I'll add extra spices with it. Billy. Now, it's,
Do you have a?
How do you spell that?
please like, follow, and subscribe. Billy, yeah.
Are you related to Chase?
Stop trying. Yeah. Yeah.
In fact, everyone's related. Everyone here's got related. They've got 6 toes. We all know that. Let's just move on.
That motherfucker can get out. Why don't you go and bang Gundren and Nundro, one of your homeboys that's up in the archaeological dig?
So what else do you?
That's where we were going.
That man's mean.
There's just provisions, Billy, like just salt and stuff for food preservation, or do you sell like rations and other things like that too?
Yeah, sell rations. Anything that would get you up there to prospect and bring wealth to the great town of Blandarin. Oh, peaches. You leave the prospecting to me. Oh, well, switching.
Right. Well, I do appreciate your assistance, Billy. You're an awesome guy, and that kind of reach over and
Hey.
five
Okay.
and kind of give him like the.
Enjoy the salt. I'll be looking for my name in your song.
Yeah. Yep. Dude, hey, why don't you visit the inn?
Okay. He doesn't. He just sits there and does the bar scrub on his provision store, NPC style. Garlic farmers.
Garlic.
Okay. You guys have your provisions? You got all the things you need?
Yep.
Heineken, you want anything? Dark? You're just kind of stoically, just taking it in, being like, when can I leave this camp? Push eject.
Dark's just ready to, figure out where we're going and then head in that direction.
Okay. You just been waiting outside.
The whole time.
Yeah. When do you guys want to just scoot? You guys scooting?
Yeah. To be honest, it takes half a day there, half a day back. We want to get going as soon as we can.
Okay.
It's cute, booty.
Okay. I like this. So he gave you a trail that's kind of well beaten because obviously Gundren and Nundro have been going back and forth to the archaeological site. But as you move along, why don't you make a little nature check? Survival check. Sorry.
Is that everyone or just people that are proficient?
I'm giving it to the ranger. If anybody wants to help him or aid him, go for it. I'm just assuming the ranger gives more shits about, what's up ahead.
Yes.
And you clankers are in the back clanking.
Anybody would like to help with my 10?
Hold on, let me see what
Ooh! Blandina can help
Advantage in survival.
with an 18
Yeah, that there you go.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, okay.
or a 21
Blandina.
nature. I don't know anything about this world, but,
Things look similar.
Looks
How does...
Does Faerun look oddly like Kryn?
I don't know. Oh yeah. So you guys move along and you press until you see kind of like a canyon that starts that presses into the mountains. So the mountainside starts climbing up, becomes quite the escarpment, and then you see a break into where it is, and it's not very difficult for you to follow two dwarven miners. They're not really covering up their tracks. You can see where they had a cart where they were pulling, and eventually you're just this is it. I can see where there was a mule and a cart, and there's mule droppings along the way, and you kind of press. My ranger senses are tingling. The canyon's rocky walls rise to a height of 80 feet. At the end of the canyon, a 20-foot high wall of black stone has a broken gate carved into it, with one stone door hanging precariously by a hinge and the other door missing. Beyond this open gate, in the shadow of a great mountain to the east, lies a ruined settlement. All is quiet.
Well, that's not creepy.
They're all beckoning when you tell them. How was it ruined?
You can roll for that. Yeah, you can roll for perception.
I'm looking to see why it's ruined below. And that is for perception a 17.
Right, 17? 8 time weathering.
Okay.
It looks like
Naturally ruined.
yeah.
Not-
Yep.
Ghost town, not dragon.
Not dragon.
Okay.
Looks very.
Well, question: as the dwarf, as the only, I was going to do dwarf stuff.
Okay.
As the resident dwarf here, does this
Okay.
look dwarven made? Does it look like a dwarven ruin
Yeah.
of some kind?
Yes.
You look to... I'll be like, hey, how old are these tracks? So, Watson will tell you... maybe not so...
Between 1 and 100 days.
Yeah. His timbre is really bright, you know, not a lot of like, not a lot of wear, you know what I mean? Like, yep.
I rolled a 3 plus, so 4.
Yep. You're like, the tracks seem to look like tracks to me. But you want to do some dwarven stuff? Point can say move, you know, as he does.
I don't. I'm not that mean to her.
Yeah.
No.
I feel like that one is.
Oh. I go. What have you seen? What have you seen, Kozel?
I can't really tell you. I've seen some tracks. That's all I can.
They go that away.
Yeah, they go that away.
Yep.
Can I
Right, can I have a look at the? Yeah, come on.
can I talk to animals? See if there's.
Sure. Yeah. There's
I
like
will pull
various
the-
geckos and stuff like that sunning themselves on like the sandstone.
You know, hey guys, what's going on? What can you tell us about here? We're looking for some. We're looking for a mine.
You're looking for who?
A mine.
For like,
Or-
there's an old mine that way.
yeah.
That's all you
anyone?
gotta hear.
Yeah. Anyone else
it's
around
like
here?
that they give you like a basic. Yes, there's definitely a mine that way. You know,
You guys seen it?
dwarves, like, you know what I mean? Like short, angry people used to live near here. Long ago. At least that's what my ancestor geckos used to tell me.
Indeed.
I want to
So-
ask the dwarf. Yeah.
Okay. Well, thanks, guys.
Okay.
Rubble.
Looking at this stone door that we're by. Can I look at it and see how sort of old it is? How long it's been here?
Yes, absolutely. You can do whatever check you
Stone
prefer.
cutting.
History.
Stone
Ooh.
cuts.
Oh, okay.
Stone cutting. So I'm going to use my basically use me a bonus. I'm proficient in the skill, and I'm using it to do with the origin of the stonework. And I've just rolled 23 on stone cutting to find out how old this is, what is done, what
Like,
was
it's
what
very-
made.
Do you know how like it used to be cut like but it's very like smoothed out now? You start like running your hands across it and like getting a feel for things, and you make out a shape, and you pull your hand back like real fast. You're like, ugh, this is Abathor. This is the opposite. This is the worst dwarven god that you can come up with. Like, he's blood and sacrifices, and Abathor is not chill, and this is an old temple to Abathor.
And I sort of go through that and go, yeah, this is one of like, honestly, it's the. To be honest, we rarely talk about this in Dwarven. It's not like we don't generally have bad gods, but this is one that is appalling. This is. I'm not sure why. We need to find the two brothers. If they'd gone in here, they could have unleashed anything.
This shrine.
Yeah, one of them hobblers. How about on there now?
This was at the entrance to.
Yep. The door, when he rips it open, like he couldn't tell until he checked. The door's like broken.
So-
He checks like one half and he checks the other, and he's like, oh. You can't like bring the stone doors together, but when he in his mind when he puts them together, he's like, ah, crap, Abathor.
Clint, would you be able to tell if this sort of shrine has been here for quite a bit of time? And then.
Oh, it looks ancient. But it's but anything that's been consecrated or in this way with the evil god, it's never going to be a nice place to be.
Got a couple questions. One, with this shrine, we link to the settlement that's back there somehow. Is that like a dwarven settlement for this mine?
Maybe. Or from what? So what I'm saying is,
you
I
rolled
thought it was.
pretty high.
Yeah.
All of this, but it's like ruins.
Yeah.
And it's, you know, like how it's only like a foot high of wall left, and then it kind of like breaks off to the right, what looks like something built into the back of the canyon. Like, you know, there's a good, you know, bas relief of stuff.
And then I'm like,
Did I pronounce that right? Bas? I just read it.
if this deity is bad, what would you mine here then?
Mind your business.
Is that what it says on the other deity? This is mine your business.
Flip it! No, I'm just kidding.
I go.
I'm sorry. Oof. 3 beers, I'm an asshole. What? Yeah. So you asking points?
Asking points.
Points, yeah.
What's the point of, like, if the deity that is evil, which is weird for dwarves because all you guys bring, fight, do the other F word, and make shit. So why would you mine here?
What do I know about?
Probably wasn't
It's
mining. If he's blood and sacrifices, he knows that this was a temple straight for probably murder. Like, this is not, you know, something, but ancient, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And Gundren and Noondra are just in here doing an archaeological dig. Yeah, trying to look for more riches. More riches!
So are you saying that the dwarves delve too greedily and too deep?
Found a Balrog. Yeah, no Balrogs
Well,
this way. The orc.
To be
killed
honest,
Bal-
we need to
My bad.
say we need to go and find the brothers and see if they're okay.
Okay.
Is it pretty dark?
As you move in, you see a partially collapsed 10-foot high wall that separates this a courtyard from the settlement that was beyond you. As you see, and by settlement, like 4 or 5, you know, very low to the knee, you know, ruins of buildings. 3 heaps of rubble are piled high in this area. Hewn from the canyon's back wall, a 30-foot high temple facade. Okay, facade? That word always bugs me. Features steps rising to a stone platform. Cut into this facade is a 10-foot high open doorway flanked by crumbling, life-sized granite statues of cloaked dwarves. Evil grins can be seen on their weather-worn faces, and from beyond them you hear, "That's mine. Give it back.
Yep, this is
Give this to me." Behind a pile of rubble in front of you, you hear like, "Oh, there's the beer. I'm so tired."
I was like, do I obviously, is it in Dwarvish or in Common?
It's in common. I'm sorry, it's in Dwarvish. You heard it. You speak Dwarvish. There, it translated. No one else heard that. Sorry, worst
Do
DM
I
ever.
speak?
My bad.
Do I speak Dwarvish? Come on.
Yeah, you can hear him. You hear him, Quint. Sorry, my bad.
I go. Is that Gundren? Nundren?
You see, like a bald head with just like one black, like braided, you know, beard, Fu Manchu-ish looking thing, kind of looking over the side, and he's like, "Noondra, who are you?"
I'm Quinn. Been sent here.
You're not here for. Why are you excavating here? We got enough dwarves here. We got enough dwarves here.
We're not
We got enough
excavating.
dwarves here.
We're not excavating. We've been sent here by oh god, what's his name? Darth Rag, just to tell you that there's a white dragon in the area and be careful.
There's a white dragon in the area, but this guy's wearing battle ranger armor. Come look at this. And you see another guy with like red hair, like a full beard. He's like,
Sorry, you went quiet then. I didn't hear you.
"What's a battle ranger doing around here?" is what he said.
No battle rages here. It's just for show.
Okay. You said there was a white dragon. Well, obviously,
Yeah, white dragon.
We're here for what's inside there.
And you know what is this place, don't you? You know where this is an evil temple.
Probably some really good stuff in there.
Yeah, but this is an evil temple to Abathor. What?
I tell
Why
you
are
what.
you here?
Tell you what. I tell you, why are we here? Feeling that there might be some solid, what do we say, place to live, maybe, later on.
Yeah. Can I do an insight check of them in a minute? Because I'm a bit concerned that these dwarves want to live in a place that was once desecrated or consecrated as a evil place.
He seems to be staring at us.
You really don't know.
He's trying to gain insight. All right. Look. We got pushed out of the way of Echo Caves. We're looking around for somewhere else to live. I kept my accent.
You don't want to live here. Come on, this is.
These Russian dwarves.
We're supposed to go home.
Go somewhere else other than here. This place needs to be destroyed.
Who's saying we've got to go home?
Where's your home?
Well, that's kind of neat. We were driven out of it. But, well, first it was the Mithril Hall. Then we moved to the way of Echo Caves. Then, well, Monster Emmanuel. You probably never heard of him. Came in, kicked us out. Tell you what. Could you do us a favor? We'll leave.
Yeah. And what's the favor?
Crickets.
No conditions. Got it. All right, you're late. Let's go.
We're really eager about archaeological digs. If you could go in there and check it out for us, we've got something very special for you.
Look, we got paid to come here, tell you about a white dragon, and leave. What are you going to do for us if you want us to go further in there? It's an evil god.
Well,
I'm not even
there's a couple Jello monsters inside there, and it looks like you guys are better equipped for it. If you get the Jellos out of there, you'll come back later then. I don't know what language. I don't know what the accent is.
They're Russian Scots. They're the Russian Scots.
Yeah. All right.
They come over from Finland.
I'm waiting for 2 weeks' time when he's got to do this accent again.
It'll definitely be different.
What do you mean by Jello monsters? What are they? What are?
I don't know. So I walked in, and it's yellowish blob. I'm not sure. Look, we're the business side of mining. If you could go in there, and we find out that there's big dealings, we'll cut you. Also, if you go in there and you bring them out, we'll give you two sending stones.
Bring them out? You mean bring the jelly monsters
kill 'em.
out?
You get rid of them so we can check it out. If you don't, we're just gonna stay. Stubborn dwarf shit.
That's our condition.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, we're not going anywhere.
When they mentioned that they used to live in Mithril Hall,
Yeah.
can I go? So what's your family name?
Fucking what? Connor, Pete? I don't know.
You can get it to him.
Yeah.
Johnson.
I'm gonna clear
Clear the cave.
when you clear the caves.
They're Johnson.
What's our family name? Come on, man. You win.
Okay, whatever they say, do I recognise the name?
Absolutely. Yeah.
Were they, when he says that they were kicked out of Mithril Hall, were they kicked out for a reason that I'm aware of? Or
No,
do I just...
they're not
do I just
bad.
know-
They're not bad. They're
Okay.
just very aggressive prospectors. They're very
Alright, fine.
aggressive. Yep. People who dig.
Yeah, no, I was just making sure that they weren't sort of like kicked out on purpose.
You didn't see it. At a mental glove save. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I think
I'll talk to the rest of the party. What do you guys want to do? We've done our job here. Do you want to look a bit more and see what there is, or get going?
I think our job was to get them back to Phandalin.
And then
Well, if that's what you guys are talking about, we're not going anywhere until you check out the cave. And then you can't hit NPC discussion anymore. Like as you scroll down, they're just doing this.
It's just this leap up.
What are you, some kind of garlic farmer?
You want them to come back to town, clear it out so that they can come back at a later date? Sure. But for now, the dragon is the issue, so.
Yeah. Put chip in 2 sending stones. You know?
I'm no concern about this thing.
Well, so okay, get them to describe what these jelly-like. Get them to
He's got
describe
some, like magic items. Make sure you tell the DM. Fuck them.
Tim, can we get them to describe these jelly creatures for us, please? Because I don't know what they are, and we just want to make sure we have a brief. Nature check.
As they're describing it to you, they're like,
Are they describing it to everybody? They're describing it to
drawing it on
everybody.
the ground. Yeah, you can do a nature check. Yeah.
I asked them to talk in common, so everyone else can understand.
yeah.
He's drawing it out on the ground, like.
like I got +1 as well, but at least would you?
Bad rolls, huh? You gotta fire that die. What'd you roll, Plant?
14.
It looks like he's describing an okra jelly.
Do I know? And I know what they are, do I?
Well, I mean, you wanted me to tell you, and then you rolled
Yeah,
my
you're not.
check.
Yeah,
Like you hit them, you hit them, they split, and then they come at you. Yeah, it's really tough critters for level 1s.
Okay.
But
We'll have a little discussion in the group then, and sort of explain what they are. So,
as he describes that, and you battled earlier with the orcs, and you know that your self-preservation is important, and you realize what it's going to take to get these guys off the mountain, and the sending stones that they offer. We'll see you in 2 weeks, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you have a very good. It was very tough bringing 7 days to get up here and try to drag it out. I understand that Pete's party gave everybody level 2 as a reward. We're gonna have to just wait on this one.
It's learning from me.
Yeah. Aaron has made me evil. We're having a competition, like who's the more evil? Yeah, Pete.
Thank
Sorry
you,
I
Lord
killed you,
Gazumba,
Car.
for the 4-month resubscribe. That's awesome.
Hey, thank you. Well, I will at minimum be at GaryCon next Favrier. Bless you. Thanks.
I just realized I need to update some graphics on here. Oopsie poopsie.
Well, this is really good that I know which dungeon you're going into next, because now I can build that. Because the hard part for this one is like it's a signpost, and it's like 3 different things you guys can go to, and I have 3 different, as you say, like one of them's like she lives in a windmill. You'll see a windmill up there. Behind here, you guys chose wisely, but the orc fight lasted a little bit longer, and Leylon we let go a little bit longer. But hope to see you guys on the boop boop beep boop. So next weekend is we'll just call it Sir Timothy's party because he's awesome and he's the best paladin in the group. No big deal. As we lay waste to a bunch of orcs in Pete's Lane campaign. Just kidding. Yeah. They're not orcs. They're Urons. Yeah.
But Tim, what you got to remember is, think of how much trouble we had against a number of. How many orcs were you fighting us against? 2?
2
3?
orcs. Yeah.
You're right. There's 15 to 20 orcs against you guys.
What?
The important thing about orcs that I learned today, and those dudes can move far. Bonus action move up to the nearest enemy.
Yeah.
Like, other than opportunity attacks, like if I hit Blandina and I'm like, sure, go ahead and opportunity attack me. You know what I mean? Like run out someone else, like no problem. But that. I mean, what do you guys think? Sorry, it was a little slow. My bad.
That's good.
Okay.
Okay.
So you have Pete.
We just got to keep Dark alive. Is going to be my job, I think.
What? Don't
And then
let
we will
Dark get
return.
hit by a freaking battle axe.
18 June.
Okay.
Right? 18 June, we return.
So 18 June, and then Witcher will put it out once my schedule clears because I'm busy with work stuff.
So much Stronghold.
But like, follow, subscribe, YouTubes.
Oh yeah, we do have YouTubes, and I always forget about those YouTubes.
Yeah. So
Also,
for the still out there, want to catch up on The Witcher, find out what that's about. See.
It's pretty brutal.
Rude Mike died.
It's the most depressing shit ever. Like, yeah, it's not a place for a paladin.
Yeah.
I'm having a rough go.
So, yeah, homebrew Witcher stuff. So go check that out. Skylar's in it. Sir Timothy's playing. We also, in the newer episodes, we still have Mirren, and of course we still have Lawrence in there as well as Krista, and Ben from Ben, who joins us for the
Third best tank.
Yeah,
That's what we like to call it.
third or fourth best tanker, whatever he is for that day. What else we got?
Well, we got Pete next week on the 11th. Right? Is it the 11th? Yep.
Yep.
And then we'll post it in Discord, and I'll as soon as you post it, I'll hit the grams and the social medias things. But Judgy, you got anything? I saw your schedule that's out there. Feel free to use this platform to proliferate more Dungeons and Dragons.
This month is pretty chill. We're just getting back into it because we had a month off, but yeah. Head over
You
to
need Sir
Dungeons.
Timothy in your life.
Yes, we do.
Look forward to
Right, shop. Yeah. All right.
Real quick,
an NPC.
if anybody is playing Diablo 4, hit me up on battle.net. My battle tag is Bullwax, BULLWAX, hashtag 1917. And I've got a clan going, Stronghold Gaming, and I'd love to build that up as
Can I
much
put
as
it
we
on a
can.
Razor? Can I do it via? Is it on Steam or
No, it's
Whatever.
battle.net.
Yeah,
Metal.net?
Yeah.
To do Diablo, and I can do it on the old PCs.
Yeah.
Yes. If
Okay.
Your PC should
Key binding. All right, excellent. I'm here to master race this thing. All right. We shall try.
You can
Other
also
than that, thank you for everybody for watching. What's up?
You can also play Diablo on your PS4 or 5 and actually cross-play it with the PC people as well. So you don't actually have to be on the same platform.
Do I have a reason to get a PS5 now?
Yes, it's great on PS5.
Chris will be like, I have an addictive personality, and Chris will be like, hard pass. We have a full plate mail Templar in our house just because of that.
That's why you will want to wear it while playing Diablo.
Yeah.
Because unfortunately they don't have a paladin.
Yes.
Yeah, it's gonna
Yeah. But Aaron, I know how much Tim likes playing rogues, and they're quite good actually.
Oh, really? Yeah, the Rogue
Yeah.
and the Barbarian were my two choices, but I went Barbarian because Barbarian in Diablo 2 was super OP with the leap.
Yeah, I'm going to complete it on the rogue first. I've been away this weekend, so I haven't had a chance to play. But I got to level 34 on Friday. So
Yeah, I've only been able to play a couple hours.
Level 34.
So
I'm 37.
yeah, I only got to play for.
Oh, we're already one up.
I played.
Stress. No.
Hey, if you want to,
I'm out.
Hey.
I'm out.
if you want, Tim,
competitive as it is, like
Nah,
If you
it's
want
not
to-
even
if you
about
want to
that.
do this, we'll-
It's not even about that.
we'll compare.
just heard what
Compare levels after tomorrow. We'll compare levels after tomorrow then. Yeah, let's see how that happens.
Hey Nick, how you doing, buddy? So it's gonna be difficult with 7 characters for me to go around the room and make sure that everybody's receiving the amount of love, you know. So take it upon yourselves every once in a while if you're feeling a little bit isolated to be like, hello, I want to do a thing, or just hit me up on the side if I'm not giving you lovies.
I'm just having to eat lunch before I go to my grandma's.
I got you. All right, well, we'll see you on the 18th.
Yeah, you might see
All
me
right.
in person sooner, but that's
Judging
okay.
you quit yet? I've killed you, and sorry.
It's like the norm.
Yeah. That's true. That's true. You were coming up too. You were there. Orc. Gotcha. You were literally the first guy. You were in the front. I had excuse.
I mean, I did my
what
job.
What did I do? Yeah.
Stop the hit on the squishies.
They go, you did your job, and I did my job by making sure you didn't die. And they go, that's it. That's a win.
You guys did a brilliant job.
Truth.
That was a fun session. I had fun.
Just nobody likes my music here.
I love your music.
We
Oh,
can't
they
hear
shot
it.
you.
We can't hear it.
Yeah.
That was the first go, but yeah,
Yeah, I'm getting better.
Aaron,
All right.
Aaron, next time you play music there, I think you have to hold it up to the microphone because we couldn't really hear the music where we were.
We'll figure it out. We'll do.
We haven't mastered how to blast the music through Master Blast, but
Yeah.
I'm sure Skylar.
We also don't want to
It
do
has to
that
come
because
from
of
Skylar's
copyright.
end. Oh.
Yeah.
He takes strikes like a champ.
I mean, what, 10 seconds? So what's the limit?
No, there is an actual limit time frame.
So what you could do
Yeah.
is we have a guitar back there. You could just.
That being said,
I've been.
we'll see everybody next week.
Okay. Are we gonna raid? Are we gonna raid?
We can. Who's up?
Yeah, let's not forget to raid. Lord
Raid.
Gazumba, thank you so much for showing up. Distal, I saw you out there.
Distal's
Poison,
up
I
right
saw
now, so we'll raid them here in a second. And
Huzzah!
so thank you to everybody. We'll see you guys next week, and we're gonna go raid Distal's place in about
happy
10
June.
seconds. What? Go for it. What were you saying?
I said happy June.
Oh, happy June. Oh, yeah. And we're going to go raid in 3, 2, 1, pow.
Up and
And
Peck's on the way out.